Chapter 976, The Chaos Bell. "Why do you think I'll lose?" asked the young man softly. His words thundered in the general's ears and his face became pale. He said quickly, "I dare not." The young man ignored him, then said to Su Ping, "Attack. Show me why you're confident." He lowered his level as he spoke, making himself as strong as Su Ping. "Great." Su Ping didn't elaborate, seeing how little his opponent thought of him. Words were nothing when compared to sheer power. He slowly raised his sword and relocated the astral oceans in his body. In the next moment, the power of faith and laws were concentrated on his sword. A small world was manifested behind him. Su Ping simply used his true small world, which would be restored after his resurrection. So he had nothing to worry about. Huh. The young man was slightly surprised to see the small world that Su Ping had condensed, not expecting to see such a talented human being. However, he wasn't truly surprised. That was something the elites among gods were capable of. The best ones were much stronger. But then 3 supreme laws appeared in Su Ping's small world, making it become as hard as stone. He compressed the small world in front of his sword, to later summon the surging astral power inside his body. Since his opponent had allowed him to attack first, he would take that chance to try and build up his strength to launch the most powerful attack. 70%, 80%, 90%. Su Ping compressed all his power and transferred both astral oceans to his arms. He reached his limits. He had to attack since he could not contain himself any longer. "Go to hell," Su Ping roared and attacked his opponent. Dazzling light burst out. Astral power, divine power, laws and the power of faith were combined into the same burst, which moved towards the young man at an unbelievable speed. Once again, the old man next to the young master opened his eyes ever so slightly. The casualness on the young man's face was gone. He narrowed his eyes as he condensed divine light in front of his fingertip, like a sun illuminating everything. A vague and majestic illusion appeared behind his back as he attacked, also making that pointing gesture. The illusion seemed to be laying a chess piece on the board, which was the world itself. Such a move was absolutely unstoppable. Banged. However, Su Ping's sword had already burst out when it descended. Its dazzling aura tore apart everything, severing lives. Everything that got in the way of the sword aura was shattered and destroyed. The power of destruction and the 90% surge of Su Ping's power were gathered, destroying everything at the moment. The dazzling sun-like power was extinguished. The young man's shock was drowned in the sword aura. He then burst into fury, unleashing his previously suppressed aura. A magnificent power surged from his body, and the illusion behind his back became clearer. The illusion laid its hand down and launched divine blades that collided with the sword aura. In the meantime, an unstoppable saber aura moved forth, cutting apart the slowed sword aura, and then moving on to reach Su Ping. Bang! Having no time to resist, Su Ping's small world exploded and his body was cut apart. "You!" Far in the distance, Joanna's expression changed ever so slightly after witnessing such a move. She looked at the young god with surprise and fury. The dazzling divine light was gone, leaving nothing but dispersing energy. The young man revealed himself in the brilliance with a cold face. He noticed Joanna's expression. He frowned and pointed at her. Joanna wore a troubled expression as she looked at the finger, which was already by her forehead due to hesitation. It then penetrated her skull, and her body exploded. Su Ping had just been resurrected on another side when Joanna's body was shattered to pieces. Brutality flashed in his eyes when he saw it happen. He looked at the young man and asked with a gloomy expression, "Was that the power of one finger? Is a proud, honorable prince supposed to be scared of death?" The general was shocked and infuriated by Su Ping's mockery. He stepped up and yelled, "How audacious!" His back then felt cold just when he was about to continue speaking. It felt as if a ferocious beast were gazing at him. He turned back, only to find that it was the prince who was gazing at him. The general's expression changed as he lowered his head. The young man shifted his attention to Su Ping and said coldly, This lowly human tried to trick me. Your clan shall be executed. Su Ping resurrected Joanna. He stared at the guy after hearing that senseless claim and then smiled. Trickery? Gods. Fortunately, human beings don't believe in gods. The god's prince is just so-so. I'll teach you how to be a god after my next breakthrough. Brutality emanated in the young man's eyes. You're asking to be killed. Do you think you can get away from this place alive? He had already taken action while he spoke. He didn't suppress his strength this time. Phoenixes seemed to be singing in the sky when he threw a punch. His glowing hand rushed towards Su Ping with different colored feathers on his hands. It was a godly top skill. The punch alone was as powerful as the general's formation. Su Ping had already felt that his pores were collapsing and the temperature was rising before the god's fist approached. He felt the scalding temperature, even though he had the golden crow's body. Joanna and Tang Ruyan had already melted next to him. Su Ping's eyes were bloodshot. He was so infuriated that he wanted to tear everything apart. However, the previous attack had exhausted his strength. Besides, the young man was indeed very strong. He was a Star Lord, but much stronger than those on the Divine Lord rank. He was a genius among the gods. You have to compensate us for this, even if I have to run. Su Ping turned around. He didn't fight the young man. Even though he was seething at the moment, he knew he was much weaker than the young god, and the latter could kill him in an instant. Su Ping saw a glittering bell close by. It had an extraordinary appearance, and its purpose was obvious at the gate. He immediately charged towards it. I'll tear your bell apart and let the noise disturb your clan as punishment, Su Ping thought. He was just acting like vandals did, throwing stones to the windows of other houses. Oh no, he's heading toward the chaos bell. The general saw Su Ping's general direction, and his expression took a turn for the worse. He hurriedly threw an illusionary spear at him. Su Ping neither dodged nor resisted. He wasn't in his best shape and was hopping to resurrect soon. The spear quickly penetrated his body, and Su Ping chose to resurrect in the next moment. Then, he charged at the bell at an even higher speed. That's all right, said the young man in the distance, stopping after saying that. Only the unparalleled geniuses on the chaos list can possibly make the chaos bell sound. Any others who try would only end up wounded. This stupid human doesn't know what he's doing. The moment he said that, clang, a vague and distant sound was suddenly heard, as if it originated from deeper spaces. It seemed to be ringing both in their ears and head, dumbfounding all those who heard it. The young man was stunned. The old man next to him opened his eyes too, then looked at the chaos bell in shock. A dazzling sword aura struck the bell, making the ancient artifact quake. The echoing sound made the young man's head ring. His eyes almost popped out because of disbelief. He even forgot to continue his attacks to execute Su Ping. The general and the other gods were completely dumbfounded. All of them wore astonished expressions as they gazed at the scene. It can't be broken. In front of the chaos bell, Su Ping sensed such a great counterforce that his arm almost became numb. He was shocked to see the bell, which remained undamaged. His sword was an ascendant-level weapon, yet it was unable to break the bell, indicating that the latter was at least an ascendant treasure too. Damn it, I can't even punish them by breaking their bell. Do I have to flee like a loser just like this? Su Ping was quite gloomy. Chapter 977, The Rain Emperor. A daunting aura suddenly began to spread from the top of the sky-reaching mountain. Cracks appeared in the void at the same time. Horrific golden figures stepped out from them, producing heat as scorching as the sun. Damn it, they're here already. Su Ping was truly flustered. He was planning to shock the gods, interrupting their cultivation by knocking the bell, but too many experts showed up right after the bell was rung. Do those guys have nothing else to do? Having no time to regret, Su Ping quickly sent Joanna and Tang Ruyan into his small world. Then, he detonated himself. Based on the experience from his past battles, Su Ping had found a quick way to detonate himself. It only took a thought. The astral power stored inside the countless cells of his body would explode at a high speed. Let's try again. Su Ping was reluctant to let it go. He controlled the power of his self-explosion, directing it to the bell. He would be satisfied even if he only managed to leave a hole in it. Dum! A loud and clear ringing of the bell echoed in the world. The ringing sound reached far and wide. It wasn't just a sonic wave. It also had a strange power that allowed it to bypass all constraints of space and time. It easily blew into deeper spaces and spread thousands of kilometers away. It had also moved decades into the past and into the future. The people who had just arrived were stunned again once they heard the bell resound. Someone saw the young man who was about to detonate himself in front of the chaos bell, quickly realizing what was going, so he tried to prevent it, but they were too late. After all, nobody expected the unparalleled genius who sounded the chaos bell to kill himself later. It truly is the chaos bell. Are my eyes deceiving me? Was it a human who struck the chaos bell? Someone who's not a god sounded the chaos bell twice. Was it the bell sound we heard 50 years ago caused by this young man? It'll be heard again in 50 years. Why did he kill himself? The other gods present were awakened by the echoing chaos bell. They were shocked and suspicious. Their first thought had been about a genius among the gods having done that. But no, it had been done by a human. Besides, the guy killed himself right after. Was he unaware of the privileges he would be graced with after such a feat? Someone then said in a low voice, "The Rain Emperor is here." The others quickly looked up, only to see a majestic person who was almost 30 meters tall, glowing in sacred brilliance while he arrived at the gate. Countless illusions were appearing in the void behind him. Those images depicted dragons and devils. Everyone knelt in front of the Emperor of the Rain Clan. Both the young man and the old man next to him turned back. The old man hurriedly paid his respects, while the young prince lowered his head too, not daring to look back. "Who struck the chaos bell?" said a casual, yet awe-inspiring voice, as if the entire world were underneath its feet. "Replying to you, Rain Emperor, a young human did it," said a god in a glittering halo, lowering his head. "A human being?" After a moment of silence, the Rain Emperor asked slowly, "Where is he?" Reporting to Rain Emperor, the human being detonated himself after knocking the chaos bell. Then, the power of his self-explosion knocked the chaos bell again, said the god. He detonated himself. The Rain Emperor paused for a moment. He was obviously surprised. The holy brilliance on his face faded, revealing a pair of eyes that could almost see through everything. He slowly raised his hand and drew a curve in midair. He was able to knock the chaos bell, yet he killed himself afterwards. Let's find out why he did that. The air rippled as his finger moved, as if a new universe were taking shape. The world around the chaos bell quickly flowed back in time. The vibrating chaos bell gradually came to a stop. The explosive energy in front of the bell was quickly gathering, producing a human phantom. The phantom's body was moving back. His actions were being replayed too. He really is a human being. The expert gods who had just arrived were astonished to see what was happening. It was unbelievable. A mere human being had made the chaos bell resound. Everybody saw the young human's face and the red sword in his hand. They watched him stepping back from the bell to the front of the young prince, confronting each other. All the gods immediately focused their attention on the young prince. Everyone realized why the young human detonated himself. The young prince felt awkward, noticing that everybody was staring at him, which made him feel out of sorts. Being a prince, he was no stranger to public attention, especially on major ceremonies. However, he had earned the honor by himself. He felt guilty at the moment for pushing a human who was capable of knocking the chaos bell to kill himself. However, even though he felt guilty, the young prince was basically certain that he wouldn't be punished because of a human. After all, he was much more honorable than the victim. The Rain Emperor stopped making time flow backwards. His eyes glittered as he gazed at the young prince who had his head lowered. His eyes could see through time. He was only replaying the incidents for other gods because he had already seen what happened when he arrived. However, he didn't blame the young prince. After all, he was a prince of the clan. However rare the human genius was, he would be found lacking when compared to a prince of the clan. At that moment, a god as tall as a mountain stepped up and suggested, "Rain Clan, why don't you resurrect the young human and have him work for our clan?" After a moment of silence, the Rain Emperor slowly shook his head while everybody stared at him. He said, "Something's wrong with the young man. I cannot bring him back to life." His announcement left everyone in a stupor. Once they understood what he said, all of them looked at the Rain Emperor in shock. Even the Rain Emperor would be unable to bring the young human being who had detonated himself back to life. The Rain Emperor could easily resurrect the major gods who had been dead for more than 1,000 years. How is this possible? The same question popped up in every god's head. For the first time, they didn't believe what the Rain Emperor said. But then, they soon realized that the Rain Emperor had no reason to lie to them. Their emperor never lied either. The only conclusion was that something was truly wrong within the young human. No wonder he could ring the chaos bell. For such a great genius to kill, what a shame. He's just a human being, but he might just become strong enough to compete with the heavens if he's trained well. All the gods were regretful. The Rain Emperor looked at the distance with peaceful eyes, but actually, he was more shocked than any of the other gods at the moment. When he tried to resurrect the young human, a power that was threatening and dangerous even for him disrupted them. Chapter 978, The Chaos Perception Dragon. I heard that some human beings have become as strong as ancestral gods and go by the name Lord Supreme. Is there a Lord Supreme backing that guy? The Rain Emperor thought, with coldness in his eyes. If a Lord Supreme was indeed involved, the human had surely gone to their clan with clandestine purposes. That young man couldn't have blown himself up. It must be a special escape technique, speculated an old god. It also dawned on the others. Such a genius would not have a reason to kill himself that easily. It was also weird that the Rain Emperor was unable to resurrect him. So, such a tactic had to be an escape method. At ground level, the young prince's eyes glittered. He remembered Su Ping's uncanny resurrections and also saw the likelihood of such a speculation. So, he might run into that human being again. He left the Rain clan freely. There must be a big shot supporting him. Unfortunately, the ancestral gods are sleeping or they could have caught him, thought the young prince. At the same time, somewhere else in the Archean divinity, blue light particles gathered, forming the shape of a human being. It was none other than Su Ping. Hardly had he opened his eyes when he noticed a heavy breathing. He looked at the source of the sound, only to see a gigantic beast he couldn't see entirely. Every scale on the beast's tail was as big as a mountain. Where have I been randomly resurrected? Su Ping was astonished. That beast, obviously of divine stock, had a tremendous amount of divine power. It was a strong and massive creature of the Archean divinity. Its city-like size could accommodate tens of millions of people. What did such a size entail? It meant that the beast could easily swallow millions of people in one go. Su Ping probed the region and found that the beast seemed to be sound asleep. He instantly brought Joanna and Tang Ruyan out from his small world. Both girls got their bearings and were then shocked by the beast. Are we no longer in the Rain clan? Joanna was still worried about their previous plight. Su Ping nodded. We've been teleported elsewhere, I don't know where exactly. Do you recognize this beast? Joanna seemed relieved. She looked at the beast and shook her head. I can't see the whole body. Judging by its size, though, it is most likely of a higher level than my original self. She wore a grave expression while she said that. Tang Ruyan was silent for a long time, mouth wide open. The trip had been an unprecedented eye-opener for her thus far. This guy is sleeping. I'm going to find out what it looks like, said Su Ping. He had already left the Rain clan behind. He was angry since he failed to break the bell, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Rain clan was a high-ranked faction. Failing was natural in such conditions. That being said, Su Ping was still upset by the outcome. Therefore, he had to leave the matter behind, or he would only get angrier. Whoosh! Su Ping took to the sky and kept on rising. It didn't take long for the gigantic beast to look smaller under his feet. He was able to get a full view of the beast when he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. It turned out to be a beast covered in scales, with the body of an armadillo and the tail of a crocodile. Its white horns curled above its head like a crown, making it look majestic. Well, Joanna seemed shocked and suspicious as she followed Su Ping. Did you recognize it? Asked Su Ping curiously. Next to the beast was a vast plain where a lot of footprints could be seen. It was a barbaric land. It looked similar to a beast recorded in the secret books, named Chaos Perception Dragon. It's one of the most ferocious beasts in the Archean divinity, said Joanna in a low voice. The Chaos Perception Dragon. Now that he was intrigued, Su Ping asked, what's its level, celestial state, or even higher? Joanna shook her head and replied, it's as strong as the ancestral gods. Normal ancestral gods wouldn't even be a match for it. Such beasts are born in the eye of the realm, and they master the law of chaos. They also have other unbelievable abilities. The eye of the realm. Su Ping repeated the new term and was truly interested. It's the source of the realm of gods. It said that all the power in this realm was released from the eye, whispered Joanna. That's what I heard from my parents. Su Ping nodded and looked at the beast. No wonder I felt a strange yet familiar aura in the void. You helped me remember. It's the power of chaos. It's very likely that the energy exhaled by the massive dragon carries the power of chaos. Such an energy was easy for him to detect, since the air in the store's chaos spirit pool was similar. It really is the Chaos Perception Dragon. Joanna was stunned. She looked at the gigantic beast in disbelief. Such a ferocious creature was sound asleep before her, a being considered unstoppable in the realm of deities for years. System, if that thing kills us, can you resurrect us? Su Ping asked the system. A long time later, the latter replied with an angry tone, are you questioning my ability? Okay. The arrogant reply made Su Ping feel at ease. He then said to Joanna, let's get closer and steal some chaos power. It would be greatly beneficial. The power of chaos was the source of all powers, including astral power and divine power. All of them had been derived from it. Joanna glared at him. Have you lost your mind? If it truly is the Chaos Perception Dragon, the thing can easily kill us with a sneeze. Let's get away while it's asleep. It's all right. We can keep on reviving, said Su Ping with a smile. Stunned by his response, Joanna then asked, we can resurrect even after being killed by that? Yes, Su Ping nodded resolutely. He had yet to test this, but he was confident in the system. Joanna was lost for words. She found Su Ping more and more perplexing. Not even a beast as strong as an ancestral god was unable to kill us. Wouldn't this mean that the entity backing Su Ping is even stronger than the ancestral gods? But could there be such a powerhouse living in the world? Or rather, could such beings still be considered as living? Su Ping had already swooped down. He said to Tang Ruyan, this is a good opportunity. Try to absorb the power of chaos. It will help you a lot. Okay. Tang Ruyan nodded quickly. She didn't know much about the ancestral gods except that they were stronger than celestials. She wasn't worried, though. Su Ping could resurrect her. Soon after, the trio approached the Chaos Perception Dragon. Su Ping aimed to land on its head. The lower he descended, the bigger the beast became. He eventually reached the large beast's partially open mouth and had a chance to see the sharp teeth inside. The breath coming from the mouth was smelly, but there was also a vague power of chaos in the mix. Su Ping immediately sat cross-legged on one lip, right next to the pointed teeth. The exhalations of the beast were like level 12 gales with strength to uproot trees, yet Su Ping sat tightly and absorbed the power of chaos. Joanna was dumbfounded after seeing what Su Ping was doing. He was probably the very first person bold enough to steal food from one of the top ferocious beasts in the realm of gods. She finally understood why he had been so nonchalant when they first met. It wasn't just because he could resurrect an infinite number of times, but also because he had seen too many creatures that were more terrifying than her. He was already bold enough. Joanna gave a slight headshake and approached Su Ping to sit down next to him. Soon after, 3 people, who seemed smaller than ants by comparison, were sitting right next to the Chaos Perception Dragon's mouth. They were surrounded by the air of chaos. The breath contains an immense amount of energy. It seems to be related to nature and space. Every breath causes time and space around it to fluctuate. Su Ping had also realized how extraordinary the massive creature was. He was greatly shocked. Could ancestral gods also influence time and space by merely breathing? If so, couldn't they easily travel through time as long as they wished to? Su Ping was having a hard time imagining what kind of things could have a chance to suppress the creature. "This beast didn't participate in the war or simply hid and waited it out," whispered Joanna. The fact that the beast existed in the rebuilt Archean divinity implied that it had indeed survived the catastrophe. Su Ping nodded. The 3 of them fell silent and devoted themselves to cultivating. Su Ping felt that all his astral power was ebbing in the astral ocean when the air of chaos entered his body, making room for the air of chaos. All the astral power in the way backed off, as if conscious. The air of chaos quickly sank to the bottom of the astral ocean. Su Ping was able to tell that the bit of air was as effective as 5% of his astral power. It was worth mentioning that if released, 5% of his astral power could turn into mist and cover a whole town. That tiny bit of chaotic air was much smaller in volume, but it was just as effective. If I can possibly transform all my astral power into chaos power, Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was excited by the prospect. He would be thousands of times stronger if realized. Such an improvement would be unbelievable. However, Su Ping was certain about this being a realistic idea. After all, that primal air was dispersed since the Age of Chaos. This Chaos Perception Dragon was born from chaos, so it stored the air of chaos inside its body, which enabled it to become as strong as the ancestral gods. "I'll see if I can get anything from the chaos spirit pool in my store," Su Ping thought, feeling the urge to return. The wind around him stopped at that moment. Then time seemed to be frozen. Su Ping's head was completely blank. His body stiffened as it was wreathed in an indescribable pressure. While in a trance, Su Ping seemed to see a pair of gigantic eyes gazing at him, devoid of emotion. The eyes were as massive as the sun, imposing more pressure on him than any creature ever had. Su Ping had a strong mind, and yet he still felt as if his blood were freezing. Crack, crack. Su Ping then heard teeth chattering and struggled to turn his head back. He found that Joanna was pale and trembling. On the other side, Tang Ruyan was also rigid. A closer inspection would reveal that she was no longer breathing. She had been scared to death. Yes, she had literally been scared to death. However, Su Ping didn't want to make light of the situation and tease her. He had seen countless terrifying creatures, but he was still too terrified to move at the moment. Any average Star Lord would have died from shock. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Su Ping could no longer think. Joanna, Tang Ruyan, and he himself exploded without giving any sort of warning. Su Ping was finally freed from the beast's pressure when he reappeared in the resurrection space. He breathed heavily and was somehow too scared to resurrect. But Su Ping became determined all of a sudden. He resurrected in the original place. Whoosh! The trio reappeared in the same place, but to Su Ping's surprise, they saw a vast world in front of them, and the gargantuan dragon was gone. Su Ping looked around. He could see the claw marks on the ground that continued and faded into the distance. The dry grass assured him that he was in the same place. The system's resurrection had never gone wrong. Has it left? I think so, replied Joanna, stunned by what she saw. Su Ping felt disappointed. He could still sense the great dragon's remaining air, but it had left already, probably heading to a deeper space, or maybe another point in time. Obviously, the beast didn't leave because of them. After all, they were nothing more than ants or pebbles to a beast. What a shame, Su Ping sighed, but deep down he was somehow relieved. The horrifying pressure from moments earlier, Su Ping was reluctant to face that beast again. He shook his head and said, "We should get going too." "Where to?" Joanna wore a troubled expression. "I don't know, let's find out." Once he said that, Su Ping took them into his small world and blew himself up again. Chapter 979, The Heaven Path Institute. Joanna and Tang Ruyan were obviously disconcerted by what Su Ping meant when he said, "Let's find out." Su Ping opened his eyes to find himself standing on a branch. He immediately rose to the sky and saw a vast, boundless forest around him. "Should I change my location again?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows. The Archean divinity was extremely big, as could be inferred from the demigod burial, which was merely a fragment of the realm and was home to 100 species. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Archean divinity wasn't smaller than the actual universe. It would actually be faster to travel by killing himself and being reborn in a random location. Su Ping pondered over his next course of action, but then he raised his eyebrows. He stood still and raised a hand when a streak of red light penetrated his body. He emerged unscathed after that flash of light. There were no traces of blood on his body. The light was about to hit his back, but he reached out and grabbed it. The light was not a weapon. It was a stream of condensed divine power. Even though divine power was intangible, it was confined in Su Ping's hand. He had made use of the laws of time and space a moment earlier to appear elsewhere. Dodging the attack was within his abilities, although he seemed to be standing still. He raised his head a bit and looked in a certain direction. There were 4 men standing on one of the trees in the forest. All of them noticed his reaction. "He sees us," said a handsome young man who had golden hair and purple eyes. "He's indeed something. No wonder he dared to be airborne without worrying that he would be collectively attacked. Did you see? He just used laws of time and space. They're supreme laws. He must be a top genius among human beings." The other 3 had similarly grave expressions. No one who took part in the trial was easy to deal with, and yet the guy was exposing himself in such a grand manner. He was either too confident or a downright idiot. It was obvious that his case was the former. A young man with fiery tattoos on his forehead said indifferently, "Let's see if he's going to fight back. We'll just fight him if he does." He was obviously the leader of the team. He stood at the center, and all the others stood on either side of him. "He's only a genius by human standards. For gods, understanding the laws of time and space isn't as remarkable," whispered the golden-haired young man. The other 2 present weren't gods, but they came from high-ranked species. That was why they were qualified to take the trial along with the 2 proud gods. While they observed him, Su Ping realized that the 4 people who had ambushed him neither fled nor continued their attacks. He brought Joanna and Tang Ruyan out from his small world and roared, "Follow me. Our dummies are here." Joanna and Tang Ruyan were stunned for a moment after noticing the strange environment, but they soon adapted themselves to it. Joanna immediately detected the 4 guys who were lurking in the woods after Su Ping pointed them out. She was slightly surprised, as she didn't expect to run into 2 middle-ranked gods and 2 members of the gods' vassal races at the same time. However, she was from a middle-ranked clan too. Without any hesitation, she gathered a golden spear in her hand, ready to vent the fury that she had accumulated when they encountered the Rain clan. Respect and fear over godly ranking had prevented her from standing up against the Rain clan, but she wasn't scared of the middle-ranked gods. On the other side, Tang Ruyan also detected the 4 guys in the woods as she followed Su Ping and Joanna. She wasn't scared at all, as she couldn't be truly killed anyway. She would try her hardest to kill them if Su Ping wanted her to do so. Was there a god hidden in his small world? That god carries the air of the middle-ranked original ladies' clan. For a middle-ranked god to actually hide in a human's small world, was she suppressed by the human being, or did she do it to ambush us? All of them became solemn, After all, they couldn't snub a middle-ranked god. They instantly attacked with full strength. 4-star lords. Su Ping detected their strength as they approached. His eyes were then filled with brutality. He unleashed all the fury he had repressed back in the Rain clan. He revealed his small world and released his power of faith. Then, he drew the sword and burst out again with the new tricks he had grasped in their recent fight with the gods. 70% of his strength. It was the maximum strength he could muster at the moment. The violent astral power paused the energy in the world for a moment. This time, he chose the first move of Thousand Train, which had a more piercing nature. An infinite, dazzling sword aura penetrated through space and time like a raindrop. Damn it, what kind of power is that? Facing him, the 4 guys were shocked by Su Ping's daunting attack. Even their leader narrowed his eyes in fear. He felt that Su Ping was only a Star State warrior, but that was clearly just a disguise. It was well known that all the participants in the trial were at least Star Lords. However, even if the human had the same realm as them, the power he had unleashed still left him in awe. One had to remember that all gods absorbed divine power. Divine power was a great and honorable kind of energy. As a matter of fact, divine power was 10 times as effective as astral power. This meant that a god with the same cultivation as a human being would be 10 times stronger, not to mention that the brilliant gods in the past had created countless secret techniques for their juniors, which was why gods were superior to other races. However, the power that Su Ping had just unleashed seemed unstoppable to them. Run! It all happened too fast. Almost instinctively, the young man who had fiery tattoos on his forehead dodged Su Ping's sword. Still, right when he flashed with his ultimate technique, the sword jumped at him again. A crack echoed from inside his armor. Then, a brilliant shield appeared in front of him, only to be shattered the next moment. Another illusion appeared and reached for the sword, once the shield was broken. Bang! The sword aura collapsed, shattered by the illusion. But the next moment, the illusion gradually faded away. The young man with fiery tattoos was frightened. Both his life-saving trump cards had been activated by Su Ping's attack. The second trump card in particular was a bit of soul power that a major god of his clan had given him. Such a defense was enough to resist a regular attack of a major god. Even though it had easily spared him from Su Ping's attacks, the trump card was now gone. Hurry, he's weakening. That attack had to be his ultimate technique. He surely had to pay a high price to use it, roared the god with golden hair and purple eyes. He too was a genius of his clan and saw Su Ping's weakness. He roared again and charged at him. Get lost. It was exactly then when a snort was spread out, and a glamorous woman flashed in front of Su Ping. Following that, an unstoppable spear came slashing down like a lightning bolt, forcing the golden-haired god to retreat. He felt that he would be heavily wounded if he didn't. The latter looked at the girl from the original ladies' clan and said grimly, I heard that the original ladies used to be the Titan's servants and were actually carriers of their bloodline. Let's see how strong you are. You're not worthy. Joanna turned back into the proud goddess of war. She looked down at the god facing her, with increasing brilliance surrounding her body. I'm too weak to beat you right now, so let me make a breakthrough first. A dazzling surge of divine light burst out of her body once she said that, turning the forest golden. Her aura was rising continuously, like a flood that had just collapsed the dam. A magnificent power was instantly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, Joanna made a breakthrough from the Star State to the Star Lord State. The weird thing was, there was no heavenly tribulation in the sky above. Once they witnessed the appalling scene and processed what Joanna said, the 4 gods realized something since there was no testing after the breakthrough. You are a reincarnation. Damn it, why was a reincarnation allowed to participate? It's unfair. Retreat. None of them were in the mood to fight anymore. It wasn't a fair deal to fight reincarnations. All their original selves were major gods with abundant battle experience. Such reincarnations knew much more secret techniques than they did. You want to leave? Too late, Joanna yelled and flashed. She turned into countless illusions and surrounded all her opponents. Then their spears stabbed forth, cracking and twisting the air. All the spear auras were destructive. The four gods were soon riddled with holes, bleeding profusely. It only took a single attack for them to be heavily wounded and on the verge of death. Their life-saving treasures had also been activated, but that didn't free them from Joanna's blockage. Su Ping had originally planned to detonate himself again and launch a second attack, but then he was lost for words after seeing Joanna dealing with them that fast. Is she that strong after becoming a Star Lord? She couldn't be that much weaker than the Prince of the Rain clan, could she? Speak, what is this place? Joanna went easy on them. She didn't kill them immediately. Instead, she probed them to know more about the place. The four gods, already prepared to beg for mercy, were stunned by her question. They gave Joanna weird looks, wondering if she was making fun of them. You're here for the trial, yet you don't know where you are. You won't confess. Joanna was puzzled by their odd expressions, feeling that she was overlooking something. Still, she didn't choose the polite path. She simply stabbed the tattooed god in the chest, causing a bloody hole that made him grimace in pain. Please stop, I'll talk, said the tattooed god quickly. We admit defeat. We're all here for the trial. There's no need to make enemies out of us. We promise we won't retaliate. We can swear it in the name of the gods. The trial, Joanna raised her brows and said, swear later. What do you mean by trial? The four prisoners were lost for words again. Joanna's solemn expression made them realize that she wasn't making fun of them. Did she actually sneak into this place? But is it even possible? Well, we're here for the trial to enter the Heaven Path Institute. We're currently on level 2, said the tattooed god prudently, shedding all arrogance. After all, Joanna was a middle-ranked god too, and was obviously the leader of the three-member team. Someone then roared and rushed over. It was none other than Tang Ruyan, who was yelling and charging with sword in hand while they talked. All the others. The nearby Su Ping began to sweat. He didn't know what to say. The battle was already over. Everything happened too fast. A few seconds were enough for them to finish the battle, but time was barely enough for Tang Ruyan to reach the battlefield. Once she got close, Tang Ruyan found that Su Ping was simply standing next to the four strangers, as if they had already reached a truce. She immediately slowed down and asked in suspicion, "Why did you stop fighting?" Su Ping glanced at her and said, "Do you think they can still fight?" Tang Ruyan finally noticed their wounds and was immediately astounded. The Heaven Path Institute. Joanna was stunned. The 3 words uttered by the tattooed god left her so overwhelmed that she didn't even notice Tang Ruyan's arrival. The president and all the students of the Heaven Path Institute fought and died in the wilderness during the war. How is it possible? She mumbled to herself. The Heaven Path Institute, which was destroyed in the war, was still standing. Was it rebuilt? They preserved its legacy. After hearing her mumbling, the tattooed god couldn't help but ask, "Are you kidding?" Then he realized that his tone was too unfriendly, so he quickly stopped. Even so, he was still angry. The Heaven Path Institute was revered by countless gods, yet for some reason that woman claimed that it had been destroyed. It was absolutely unacceptable. Huh? Joanna snapped out of her stupor and looked at him. What did you say? The tattooed god was frightened. He quickly replied, nothing. I only meant to say that the Heaven Path Institute hasn't been destroyed. You can find countless experts there. Even the high-ranked gods respect the Heaven Path Institute too. How could it be destroyed? It wasn't destroyed. Joanna was dazed for a moment. By seeing the guy's expression, she then realized something and was silent for a long time. After that she sighed and said, "You're too little. It seems that such events have already been forgotten." She shook her head, then changed the topic by asking, "How do you pass the trial?" Chapter 980, Joanna's Wish. About that. The tattooed god hesitated upon realizing that the 3 weren't real participants of the trial. There was a chance that he could be punished later for revealing information to them. However, He didn't have a choice except to grit his teeth and say, "You have to gather 10 divine cards to pass the second level, either from the beasts roaming the place or the other participants." Divine cards. Joanna raised her eyebrows, immediately realizing the card's sole purpose was to measure results. She looked at the four gods and said, "So, you have divine cards too. Hand them over." The tattooed god's heart began to race, but he already knew that she would ask once he mentioned them. He opened his hand and said, "This is a divine card." A glittering golden card appeared in his hand. Joanna glanced at them and accepted it naturally. Then she said, "Just one." The tattooed god bitterly smiled and said, "We just came for the trial. We haven't hunted any beasts or other participants. We thought this human was alone, so we tried to ambush him. But then—" Joanna said indifferently, "Is that so? I don't believe you." "It's true," the tattooed god declared earnestly. "Swear on your divinity," said Joanna. The tattooed young man's lips twitched. He didn't expect the woman to be as petty as to demand him to swear. Does she think that divinity means nothing? "I can swear on my divinity and promise that I won't get back at you in any way. I simply hope that you can let us go," said the tattooed god with gnashing teeth. Joanna said coldly, "You need to swear that too, but don't change the subject. Swear that you only have one divine card first." "Is that really necessary?" "Yes." The tattooed young man collapsed. He moved his hands and took out 2 divine cards before he said with a bitter smile, "I didn't mean it. We killed 2 divine beasts to get this. We'll definitely be eliminated if we give them to you." Joanna was unsurprised. She observed the cards and naturally accepted them. "Swear on your divinity." "Swear on your divinity," repeated Joanna. The tattooed god looked awful. He looked at his companions, knowing that his efforts were moot. "Should we fight?" How could they fight the 3 weird smugglers? An expert had surely helped them slip into the Heaven Path Institute. He gloomily took out 16 additional divine cards before he said in a low voice, "That's all. Swear on your divinity." The tattooed god's cheeks twitched. He took out 3 more cards and voluntarily swore on his divinity before Joanna warned him again. Swearing upon divinity was based on the laws of the realm of gods. It was an inviolable oath, unless one had a death wish. Joanna finally nodded after he vowed, and then robbed the others of their divine cards too. She acquired 27 divine cards in total, which suggested that their team was a strong one. All of them could have advanced after collecting a dozen cards more. "Now swear that you won't tell anyone about us. Not one thing or come to us for trouble," said Joanna. The 4 gods felt frustrated. They reluctantly swore on their divinity. The oaths were effective once golden divine power flashed in the world. Joanna stopped there. She only asked the gods about something else and then let them go. Both Su Ping and Tang Ruyan were lost for words after seeing how adept Joanna was at robbery. It was their first time seeing that side of her. "That was nothing. I've robbed countless races in the past. It's much easier in the Archean divinity, as I don't need to roll back time to investigate. I only need to force them to swear if I want to know whether they're telling the truth," said Joanna casually. Su Ping asked curiously, "If swearing on your divinity is inviolable, is it impossible to lie?" Lying was indeed bad, but a world without lies could also be terrible. You have to pay a price to make an oath to divinity. That price is part of your soul, so normal people wouldn't easily force each other to use them unless the situation was critical. "Fortunately, the people we met aren't our friends," said Joanna, as if reciting a tongue twister. Su Ping nodded and asked, "Are you planning on going to the Heaven Path Institute?" Her purpose was obvious, since Joanna asked them for the divine cards. "Yes." Joanna nodded and continued, "The Heaven Path Institute is the best cultivation land in the Archean divinity. It is presided over by an ancestral god, and the professors there are also powerful. All of them participated in the war against the heavens. Eventually, all the gods from the Heaven Path Institute died in the war, and the rampant heavens were also suppressed. The Institute saved countless people. Unfortunately, they weren't able to survive the cataclysm in the end. Joanna seemed to be rather frustrated as she recalled the past, and the heroes among the gods from those times. Su Ping was also in shock. He didn't expect a cultivation academy to be as selfless. He found the Heaven Path Institute quite worthy of admiration. I wonder if an institute that bears the same name has been restored to its former glory, said Joanna as she sighed. In any case, it's a lifetime honor to be a student of the Heavenly Path Institute. There's also an ancestral god monument in the institute, which can allow me to become a superior god if I'm lucky. Su Ping said, "You have be there in person if you want to use the ancestral god monument." "Correct. That's why I'm planning on sending my original self there with my second reward," said Joanna as she looked at Su Ping. "You nominated me Outstanding Employee twice. You'll bring me here again, right?" "Of course," Su Ping replied with a smile. As a matter of fact, Joanna felt relieved after seeing Su Ping accept her request so readily. She looked at the distance and said with a gloomy tone, "At first, I wanted to find the Archean divinity and let my plane rejoin it when you mentioned that you had access to it. After all, this is my hometown." She suddenly looked back at Su Ping and asked, "Can you take in a few more employees? I was planning on recommending the 4 superior gods to you. They would gladly work for you if they knew you could bring them here. With their help, it is possible that we can push our plane back to our hometown." Su Ping was stunned by her plans. He immediately said with a smile, "Fine with me, but even if they're superior gods, they would really have to work hard in order to become outstanding employees. Besides, only one outstanding employee is elected every year, which means that the more employees there are, the more competitive it'll be. Are you willing to share this opportunity with them?" A momentary perplexity flashed on Joanna's face, but she was already accustomed to the store's bizarre rules. Obviously, not even superior gods would be an exception. She said, "Everything will be fine as long as our plane can once again be part of our homeland." She continued after a pause, "Besides, you name one outstanding employee per year. If we take turns, 100 years would be enough for each of us to come and visit many times. When considering 1,000 or 10,000 years, we would have plenty of chances to visit." "Fine then," Su Ping nodded. He wasn't in sore need of superior god employees, but he wasn't reluctant to take them in either if they wanted to work for him. Unfortunately, those employees could only work in his store, a place where he was invulnerable thanks to the system's protection. They weren't necessary in those conditions. "System, can employees not leave the store under any circumstances?" "Not yet," replied the system. "Not yet. When would they be able to leave?" "You will know the answer when the time comes." Su Ping was lost for words. Why was the system going about in riddles? Su Ping refocused his attention and said to Joanna, "Enough about the future. If the Heaven Path Institute is so awesome, I might as well go there and take a look too. The trial is about to end. Let's look around a bit more." Joanna nodded. The trio quickly took action. They rushed around in the woods without hiding their auras, nor worrying about leaving traces. They simply took to the skis. Thanks to the information drawn from the 4 participants, they learned that the strongest beasts in that place were only at the Star Lord level. After all, ascendant beasts would easily kill countless participants. Can reincarnations make breakthroughs at any time? Su Ping was feeling curious about Joanna's breakthrough. "More or less. After all the great paths are already in my head. For you, levels are stairs that you must climb, but for me, they are shackles that can help my reincarnation learn more about the original path. The purpose of developing a reincarnation is to seek another path to the ascendant state. This way, the 2 paths can later be combined to make a superior, eternal path." Su Ping then understood and stopped asking. Tang Ruyan had been following them, listening and learning in silence. She knew that she was too far behind when compared to Su Ping and Joanna. Therefore, she had to work a lot harder. Joanna thought of something and glanced at Tang Ruyan. "So, All the participants are Star Lords. Would she be too eye-catching if she passed the trial? Tang Ruyan's heart was heavy. She looked forward to entering the institute and cultivate there after hearing Joanna's explanation. That's a good point. Su Ping felt baffled for a moment. They had snuck into the place anyway. For Tang Ruyan to make it while only being in the ocean state would be quite surprising. Let's give it a try first. We can always say that she's our teammate. We'll find a way later if the institute is unwilling to acknowledge her. After all, this is just the second level of the trial. There are still more tests awaiting for us. We can later teach her what we learn if she can't pass, said Su Ping. Joanna nodded. That's true. She'll be in your store once we leave this place anyway. The Heaven Path Institute won't know a thing if you teach her in private. Neither of them was worried about not being accepted, as they were both confident of their strength. Not passing the trial would imply that the place was truly terrifying. The fact that 4 gods had looted that many cards suggested that they were among the strongest participants in the trial. Their failed attempt to ambush Su Ping suggested that it wasn't the first time they had attacked other participants. Tang Ruyan was quietly following them. Su Ping's last remark made her purse her lips. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she quickly lowered her head so that they couldn't see. She knew that she was a liability to them, but neither of them thought of her as a nuisance. Right when they started to move, they encountered a lurking beast that tried to ambush them. The creature ended up as prey and was killed easily. Half an hour later, the trio had already flown out of the woods. They reached a swamp filled with hidden beasts. It was a dangerous place, although good for picking up divine cards. Neither Su Ping nor the others stepped into the swamp. They simply wandered at the edge, as they had gathered enough divine cards. It was unnecessary for them to take action. They only had to bide their time and wait for the trial to end. Su Ping wasn't idle while they waited. He summoned the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, the white-scaled dragon and the purple python. Then he asked them to hunt an isolated beast along with Tang Ruyan. Su Ping offered her advice. Tang Ruyan continued gaining more battle experience, making substantial progress after each death. A team of 8 people, with a red-haired girl at the center, showed up while they were fighting. Her 7 teammates also looked graceful and attractive. How could any participant be that weak? They were surprised to see Tang Ruyan and the pets, even more so when they detected her level. But they soon noticed that Su Ping and Joanna were close by. They instantly realized that the human woman was probably a slave. The 8 of them despised Joanna for letting her slave and pets fight, not doing anything hands-on. The redhead glanced at them and lost interest. She coldly led her teammates away, not intent on fighting for the beast. Su Ping had also noticed the strangers. He was really happy after seeing them simply take their leave. His time would be saved. The progress he could attain by fighting them would be too small. He delved into his own memories while he taught Tang Ruyan. The method to instantly unleash all his strength could now be used as his ultimate technique. He could release it dozens of times along with the Heavenly Fall sword technique he had created, using his normal strength. Time flew by. The trial soon came to a close. The beast was badly tortured. It tried to flee several times, only to be stopped by the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. It had to grit its teeth and continue fighting. Chapter 981. Fight the Heavens and Defend the Path. The beast was finished off right before the trial ended. Su Ping and his teammates stood where they were. A golden vortex appeared above their heads. It was a channel they could use to leave that place. They had indeed trespassed the area, but the divine cards they looted had triggered the channel for them. As for the other participants, they would have to wait until the rescue team picked them up if they lost their divine cards. Those with divine card would be taken straight to the following trials. Let's go. Su Ping looked at the channel more or less anxiously. After all, they weren't legitimate participants. He didn't know if they would be seen through, but the system could still ensure their safety if they were in danger. Joanna was the most nervous of the 3. She never thought she could visit the Heaven Path Institute someday. She was but a little girl in her clan when the Institute was in its golden era. Some members of her clan were enrolled, and everybody was proud of them. Whoosh! The three of them entered the channel, and they were soon drowned in golden light. Su Ping sensed that time and space were changing as everything around them moved. He opened his eyes again, finding himself in front of a magnificent mountain where a glowing palace was floating. He was standing in a vast square facing the mountain. Many statues thousands of feet tall were looming on the square. Some were holding books and some were grabbing swords. All of them seemed intimidating. A lot of people flashed and appeared next to them. They were everywhere soon after. Su Ping extended his senses and detected hundreds of thousands of them, cramming the square. There are lots of people with enough divine cards. Then, how many people were robbed or killed back in the trial's battlefield? Su Ping was surprised by the discovery. It was the Heaven Path Institute's second trial, which meant that more people had surely participated in the first stage. Well, Joanna was already stunned when she saw the mountain. She completely forgot the participants around her. She had seen that mountain before. It was the gate of the Heaven Path Institute. The place had been destroyed during the past Great War, and its mountain had later been invaded by other clans. She had seen the mountain in passing as she fought back then. The mountain she saw back then was already black due to the attacks. The floating palace had fallen and was riddled in cracks. However, the contour of the mountain was the same. She easily recognized the mountain. After all, she had a deep recollection of that trip. It seemed like yesterday to her. The Heaven Path Institute has been rebuilt, and the mountain has been restored too. Has the realm of gods been restored to its former glory? Joanna quaked with excitement for a bit. The splendor of the Institute's golden era remained, just like in the times it produced experts and geniuses for several generations. They fought everywhere, subduing all the other species. Even the ancient lords in the chaotic realm of the undead chose to reach a truce with the gods. It's been so many years. Maybe the gods won the war. If enough ancestral gods survived, it would be possible for them to recover, Joanna thought. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. If that was the case, it would be very simple for the demigod burial to return. As long as she reported the matter to the ancestral god leading the Heaven Path Institute, the latter could simply pull the demigod burial and once again connect it with the Archean divinity. After all, they used to be parts of a whole. Su Ping was bewildered by Joanna's strong emotional waves and her glittering eyes filled with excitement. He had never seen her be that emotional. It looked as if she had turned from an unworldly goddess to a real girl ever since she returned to the Archean divinity. Has the visit to your hometown changed you this much? Su Ping thought as he looked at the mountain. More and more participants arrived. Most of them were gods. Some were gods' vassal species, while some were human beings. The Archean divinity was quite a tolerant place where all species were welcome. Still, gods were superior. A long while later, golden light appeared in front of the gate. Then, three majestic gods appeared. All of them projected their illusions, each 1,000 meters tall, making them look like giants. "I'm very glad to see you return safely," said the golden-haired old man in the middle with a gentle voice. "Now, we will select those who have passed the trial. I hope that those who failed work harder later on. Not entering the Heaven Path Institute doesn't mean that you are losers. There are countless opportunities and treasures waiting for you out there. I hope that all of you make names for yourselves in the universe." His gentle voice was soothing. The people who failed the trial felt considerably less depressed. Their eyes were rekindled with light and hope. "We will now identify the winners with the divine cards you carry. Please hold all the divine cards you've acquired in your hand," said another old god, who conversely was rather harsh. The crowd became noisy for a moment after hearing the announcement, but they soon calmed down. Su Ping gave Tang Ruyan and Joanna 10 cards each. Then, they waited quietly. The old god took action 10 seconds later. He pointed a finger, launching a streak of golden light that seemed to be from the beginning of the universe. It carried a unique, enlightening aura. Su Ping felt confined by a power. Then his body floated. The same happened to Joanna and Tang Ruyan, who were by his side. A lot of people in the crowd started to float. Soon after, those people reached the front of the square and floated 10 meters from the ground. Su Ping turned around and saw that close to 50,000 people had passed the trial. Those who remained on the ground due to not having enough cards could only look at Su Ping and the other winners with envy. Some of them were even angry. It was obvious that their enemies had passed. They did manage to pass. The tattooed god and his teammates were looking up. They had quickly found Su Ping and the others among the winners. They had been convinced that Su Ping and his team could pass the trial with their cards. Still, they didn't expect those trespassers to be bold enough to sneak into the institute. "Do you think we should report them?" A young guy gritted his teeth. They had a chance to pass the trial, but it was taken by the brutal girl of the original ladies' clan. Of course, they hated her. "Don't try to get yourself killed," yelled the tattooed god. Their faces changed after hearing his response. He added with a gloomy expression, "Did they actually sneak into the trial grounds of the Heaven Path Institute? Do you think anybody could do that? Even if we report them and violate our vows, will the Heaven Path Institute kill them? In other words, if they don't want their identities to be exposed, will they spare us after we turn them in?" All of his companions fell silent upon hearing that. They were all geniuses in their respective clans, and they too had thought of such a possibility. However, they were still furious and regretful. "We lost because we're weak. Let's just try again next time," said the tattooed god with a sneer. He never dwelled in the past. All the people floating above the square were gathered in the high sky while they talked. "Congratulations on passing the second test," said the old god in the center with a gentle smile. "Altogether, there are 3 tests to enter the Heaven Path Institute. You have proven your strength and combat ability in the first 2 tests. Now, the 3rd test will be held to confirm your divine quality." Divine quality. Everybody was stunned upon hearing that last part. "That is correct." The gentle old god continued. "Gods have stood at the top, above all other species, not just because we're born with divine constitutions. It is also because we have the divine quality that no other species have. Every living creature carries divine quality, beast quality, demonic quality, and other miscellaneous qualities. Divine quality is the most sacred and noble of all. It is the reason why we can establish a civilization and define order. Divine quality is what separates us from beasts and other species. The other species are mostly born evil. They need to cultivate their divine quality to suppress their beastly and demonic qualities." The old god added at a slow pace, "Some species, such as humans, are filled with miscellaneous qualities. Their emotions are often in chaos. There are also spirits whose divine and demonic qualities are evenly proportioned. They are highly unstable. Only gods are born with divine quality. We were born merciful and benevolent. Demons deride us as hypocrites. However, they think that being true to one's nature means to kill blindly. They don't think that the weak deserve to live. Do you know how the Heaven Path Institute got its name?" The god was looking at everyone present as he spoke. All the people present looked at one another, bewildered. Some had glittering eyes. They had heard the answer to that question from their seniors. However, none dared to answer as they faced the 3 awe-inspiring gods of the Heaven Path Institute. Fight the heavens and defend the truth. That's the foundation of the Heaven Path Institute. The path of the heavens is wrong, and that is why we must fight them. We must defend the truth we believe in with our weapons. That's the spirit that every student of the Heaven Path Institute should have." The old man declared in a heated tone, because no one replied. His eyes were as intimidating as sharp swords. Nobody dared to look him in the eye. "The 3rd test will assess your divine quality. You cannot join the Heaven Path Institute unless you prove yourself to be merciful. Otherwise, you won't be admitted even if you're a great genius," declared the old god. Everybody fell silent after hearing that. Even the unparalleled geniuses on the chaos rank would be declined if they didn't have enough divine quality. Everybody was shocked by what he said. It left a deep impression on each of them. Their awe they felt for the Institute grew. Fight the heavens and defend the truth. Joanna kept mumbling the words to herself. Fight the heavens. It seemed that the war in the past had yet to be forgotten. The Heaven Path Institute was still the same. If the heavens were wrong, just fight them. How awesome was that? She felt that her blood was starting to boil. She had the urge to cry and join the Heaven Path Institute right then. She was willing to lead the charge and defend her faith if another war took place. She didn't want to leave the land where she grew up again. She loathed the war that had separated her from her hometown. All winners follow me through the gate, said the old, harsh-looking god with indifference. He then waved his sleeves, which enveloped the whole group and took them as if it were a black hole. Su Ping saw nothing but darkness. Then countless stars began to glitter. They had been confined in his sleeves, but he saw a vast universe and countless stars. Su Ping was shocked by the old man's cultivation. He was definitely strong, possibly more than a celestial. That was the horror of a top cultivation site. Any local could probably beat anyone in the Federation. I wonder how far is this world from the universe the Federation is in, Su Ping pondered. The Federation would probably end up as a colony, if the gods from the Archean divinity ever detected it. They didn't stay long in the sleeves, away from the universe. He found himself in a temple along with the other participants. The old god said, "You'll rest for 10 days here. You will be informed about the third test in great detail during this time. You will take the test along with the princes and princesses that the major clans recommended 10 days from now." After that, the old god left without an ounce of hesitation. "Can anybody tell me more about the divine quality testing? How can it be measured?" shouted someone in the crowd. "Well, you've just asked the right person. Divine quality doesn't simply mean kindness. After all, the real kind-hearted gods have surely died in the gutters by now," said an eloquent, stout young guy with scabs all over his body. "Divine quality is hidden deep in your soul. Some people who have done a lot of killing still have a high divine quality, while some who have never killed anyone may not have any divine quality at all. They never killed anyone, only because they didn't have a chance to." Chapter 982, God's Arrival. While they stood amid the noisy crowd, Su Ping turned his head and asked Joanna, who was by his side, "Do you know how to check divine quality?" With glittering eyes, Joanna said, "As expected of the Heaven Path Institute, the last test is about divine quality. If that is the case, talent and bloodline would be meaningless. All lives are equal. No wonder the Heaven Path Institute could motivate all its disciples to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory. That's the spirit of the Heaven Path Institute." Su Ping was speechless after looking at Joanna, whose face was full of admiration. He asked, "Did you hear my question?" Joanna turned her head and looked at him. "There's an ancient method that can be used to examine your divine qualities as well as your other qualities, such as your demonic quality, miscellaneous quality, and beast quality. However, that method was lost ages ago. Another way is to run a test with the golden stone. The golden stone is a natural treasure born in the eye of the realm. It's also known as God's tear." She then said softly, "I know of a superior god who has a golden stone. Unfortunately, we're currently in the Archean divinity and cannot go back. Otherwise, we could borrow it from her." "So to speak, we have to wait for the test now," said Su Ping helplessly. Joanna nodded. She glanced at him and Tang Ruyan before she added, "I checked my divine quality years back. I should be able to pass it, unless they find that I'm an unregistered participant. But I don't know about you two. Considering what I understand from your condition, you may not have enough divine quality, but your demonic quality is definitely off the charts." Su Ping could not help but roll his eyes. Is it really smart for someone to mock their boss like that? "Never mind. It won't be a big deal even if I can't pass. You'll pass anyway, at least one of us will be admitted. Speaking of which, your identity as a reincarnator won't be found out, will it?" Su Ping was not really determined to join the Heaven Path Institute. He wasn't really anxious. Joanna slightly shook her head and said, "That old man was so strong that he must have realized my identity as a reincarnator. After all, reincarnations can be easily spotted by those who are above a certain level. Their eyes can see through time and space and easily notice the link between my body and my original self. However, he took me in nonetheless, which means that reincarnations may be accepted too, as long as I can pass the third level of the trial." "That's great." Su Ping nodded, troubled feelings arose. He could more or less understand the ascendant state power, but the unbelievable abilities typical of celestials and above were completely enigmas to him. The nearby Tang Ruyan was slightly disappointed after hearing what Joanna said. However, she was secretly comforted and even delighted, not because she was gloating, but only because she had found one thing in common between herself and Su Ping. The majority of those people are Star Lords. Most of them will probably graduate in the Ascendant state. Su Ping looked around with mixed feelings. Ascendants in the Federation were big shots that mastered a huge region. And yet they were trained in batches at the Heaven Path Institute. Everybody was involved in a heated discussion. Some people seemed to know a lot about divine quality and gave long speeches about the subject. Su Ping listened to them and felt that he had picked up a lot of new knowledge. The crowd began to fizzle down several hours later. Many of them entered the temple in groups ranging between 3 to 5. The temple was extremely vast. It had enough seats to accommodate 100,000 people. Su Ping and the others found a place to rest too. However, conflicts were inevitable when that many people were gathered. Several middle-ranked gods had a quarrel about their seats. There were guards in the temple that forbade the people present fighting, so their quarrel came to a peaceful end. "I didn't know that gods could be that condescending." Tang Ruyan was obviously infuriated. All the gods thought that she and Su Ping were Joanna's slaves because they were humans. They were quite unfriendly, so she told them to FCK off. They were still very arrogant even after they knew she and Su Ping were participants. Su Ping was already used to this. He would fight with his tongue since he was unable to do so with his fist. He wasn't scared of anyone when it came to oral fights. After having been a keyboard warrior for years, he found the gods adorably childish. "Nobody would dare to mess with the high-ranked gods. They mock us only because we're strong enough," said Su Ping as he comforted Tang Ruyan. One of the groups among the participants was exclusively made of high-ranked gods. The other gods made way for them. They revered the high-ranked gods more than poor human beings respected billionaires. They acted like beggars in front of nobles. There's an ancestral god in each of the high-ranked clans. Ancestral gods can easily destroy a middle-ranked clan and remove it from the realm of gods. They can even eliminate them from the origin of their bloodline and curse them with their blood," Joanna said in a low voice. She also gave a stern look at the high-ranked gods solemnly too. She would have given up if they went to see her, looking for trouble. She didn't have a choice. If any of the high-ranked gods was beloved by their clan's ancestral god, it would be very easy for the latter to wipe out another clan in fury. Nobody would dare disrespect high-ranked gods under such a horrifying threat, unless they were high-ranked gods too. Is this what ultimate power feels like? Su Ping thought. The high-ranked gods were like the royal family among the gods, whereas the middle-ranked gods were just regular nobles. How could a noble not revere or fear a member of the royal family? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping didn't stay idle in those 10 days. He was in a noisy environment, so he decided to establish a barrier. Joanna was there looking after him too. He was able to consider his secret technique about strength exertion. He named it God's Arrival. "Unfortunately, I don't have a chance to confirm my speculation, but I should be able to exert 90% of my strength. It's not exactly as good as achieving the 100% as I had originally hoped. However, 90% should be enough for me. Still, even if I can exert all my strength, I won't be able to use that technique in reality. After all, I'll have to let my pets carry me away if I completely run out of strength. I won't have any remaining strength to defend myself," Su Ping thought. Compared to the upcoming test, he was actually more eager to try out and confirm the new technique he had created. Once the 10 days passed, a noisy hubbub was then heard, coming from outside the temple. All the people inside the temple detected that a lot of people with powerful auras on par with theirs had arrived. Some walked out of the temple, then saw a lot of attractive people outside. There were both male and female. Males were handsome, and females were exceptionally beautiful. All of them seemed to be the center of the world when they stood there. Chapter 983, Test. Are they the princes and princesses of all the different clans? I'm told that they will be sent directly to the third test. That's the privilege of the major clans. It's understandable. After all, none of them are simple. We would have been in grave danger if they were to actually participate along with us in the second part of the test. It does make sense if you put it that way. All the people in the temple walked out and continued to discuss. All the influential participants stopped at a point in the high sky and glanced down with indifference at the people in the temple. Then, they observed themselves. In their eyes, the only candidates worthy of being their competitors in the Heaven Path Institute were the princes and princesses of the major clans. Su Ping walked out of the temple too. He looked around and saw almost 300 participants of noble upbringing. The sheer number came as a true surprise. Did every single clan of the gods send their talents over? Very soon, Su Ping discovered someone familiar. "Look over there. Isn't he the guy we met earlier?" Tang Ruyan exclaimed in a low voice. A couple of the highborn were standing together. They had the same hair and eye color, and there was the same purple emblem on their robes. One of the princes was none other than the young man of the Rain clan they had encountered earlier. Next to the young man stood 2 males and 2 females, all of them looking extraordinary and attractive. In no way did they seem to be servants of the young man they had met. "There are a dozen high-ranked gods among them," said Joanna solemnly. "Only a dozen," Su Ping was stunned. His first assessment was that all of them were high-ranked gods. There were only 30 or so high-ranked gods in the entire Archean divinity, but I don't know how many remain at the moment. The stars of the middle-ranked clans can't be underestimated. The best among them can even beat contenders from high-ranked clans. However, she suddenly paused in the middle of her explanation. "However what?" asked Tang Ruyan curiously. After a moment of silence, Joanna said in a low voice, "However, such geniuses must either join the high-ranked clans as their vassals, or join an organization as powerful as the high-ranked clans, such as the Heaven Path Institute. They can also join the sects founded by the ancestral gods. Otherwise, such geniuses won't be able to walk far without protection." Tang Ruyan asked in surprise, "Are you saying that the high-ranked gods suppress other geniuses? That's too petty." "It's not about pettiness. The territories of the high-ranked clans are the most fertile places. Every new high-ranked clan would signify a loss to the other high-ranked clans. If a clan wishes to rise among the ranks, not only must each of their members be strong enough, they would also need some connections. Of course, if an ancestral god emerges among them, they will undoubtedly become a high-ranked clan later on," explained Joanna in a low voice. Once realizing the situation, Tang Ruyan said with a weird expression, "Why does it sound so similar to the familial competitions I've been through? This has happened since the dawn of time. A lot of things and rules apply to different social classes and species," said Su Ping, completely unsurprised. Joanna nodded in acknowledgement. Then she said, "The people next to the prince of the Rain clan must be his retinue. Normal clans elect up to 10 princes and princesses, depending on the number and quality of geniuses they have. The one who would later become the next master of the clan will be the best performer of the group. The results of their competitions once they reach the ascendant state will decide their future. However, their competitions begun the moment they were selected." Tang Ruyan asked curiously, "What about the young lords who fail? Will they be killed?" "Some are killed and some are exiled. That's inevitable. Even though they became princes and princesses due to their talent, the clans would only need the strongest among them and the others would only work as background. They cannot possibly shake the position of the strongest, no matter how many of them there are, said Joanna. Seeing how calm she was, Tang Ruyan suddenly felt that she wasn't as mature as her. My father had me become my sister double for the same reason. It was all for the best interests of the family. However, her eyes glittered. She shook her head and suppressed the ideas in her heart. While their talk ensued, the three old gods of the Heaven Path Institute appeared once more. The gentle-looking senior at the center said, "Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Today, the third test of the trial will be held. By now you should be well acquainted with the nature of the test. Your divine quality will be examined. The Heaven Path Institute has a very unique criterion, so there's no need to feel frustrated even if you don't qualify. You will have another chance as long as you cultivate your personality." His words were very comforting. No one had the feeling of being left out. Once he delivered his message, the old man waved his sleeve, and a glittering golden stone appeared. The object was about 20 meters tall, with black metal nails piercing it. There were black metal lines among the black nails, whose ends were connected to a ball the size of a human head. This is the golden stone, also known as God's tear. It's very sensitive to divine quality, making it a great device to search for treasures with divine quality. It's already been modified. All you need to do is to lay your hand on the ball before you. This will detect the divine quality's intensity deep in your soul. Once the old god said that, he looked ahead and added, "Now the princes and princesses will go first. Amongst you, who wants to be the first one?" "Me. Me." A couple of guys responded immediately after. There were men and women mixed in. They were obviously the confident and reckless sort. "Come on then, you'll do it in turns," said the old man gently. The participants immediately flew over. The one who flew out first was the girl nearest to the golden stone. She was wearing a black dress encrusted with countless glittering crystals. It was obviously a very powerful secret treasure with defensive purposes. A couple of men wearing the white robe of the Heaven Path Institute approached the participants in the sky. Su Ping discovered that all of them were ascendants. "State your name and family. Then take the test," said a middle-aged man who had a starry crown above his head. He slowly opened a book in his hand, then manifested a brush with divine power. He seemed to be getting ready to register the results. The black-dressed girl's beautiful voice was filled with pride and confidence. "I am Ling Yin of the Solar Clan." She pressed her hands on the ball right after her presentation. Soon the black ball released golden light, one streak after the other, until the entire ball turned golden. After that, the golden color moved along the black metal lines towards the black nails on the stone. 1, 2, altogether 7 golden nails were dyed golden. Once the golden light stopped moving, the middle-aged man with a starry crown gestured for her to step back, and the brush made of divine power automatically wrote the result on the book. He then said, "Next." Chapter 984, Anomaly. It seems that the special black nails can measure your divine quality. Su Ping, Joanna, and Tang Ruyan waited quietly in the crowd. Their turn would come later, since the princes and princesses with recommendations would take the test first. This was fine. The order to take the test didn't matter anyway. Not everyone thought the same, though. Some were clearly unhappy with the arrangement. They had passed multiple tests to make it up to that point, and yet they had to wait for 10 days until they could be measured. This made them feel frustrated. Some were even angry at the Heaven Path Institute. In the high sky, the privileged ones took the test in turns. If a few of them moved at the same time, the crowned middle-aged man would make the call, nomming one of them to take the measurement first. Ling Wang, the first princess, finished her test, and then a second and third measurement were conducted, but the results were merely 3 illuminated nails, while the other only lit 1. Such results made everyone feel surprised and anxious. They didn't realize that the divine quality difference between them would have such a stark difference. Judging from the results, the second and third test takers would very likely fail. The 2 participants realized this too. They had contorted expressions. Soon after, the others stepped up and took turns to be measured. There were altogether 12 black nails on the golden stone, which seemed to represent the maximum divine quality. Still, they didn't know what the entry standard was for the Heaven Path Institute. Even Ling Yin, who had illuminated 7 of the black nails, was feeling nervous. She had always been the best in every test she had ever taken. If the full score was 100 points, she would definitely score 100 points. However, she had only illuminated a bit over half the 12 black nails. She would fail if the Institute's standard was 10 nails. She began to relax upon seeing that the people who came after illuminated fewer nails. Exclamations came from the crowd some time after, as a handsome, red-haired young man illuminated 11 nails. He was only 1 nail away from perfection. This would be the candidate with the best divine quality thus far. Everybody fixed their eyes upon him. They were astonished to find that he didn't belong to a high-ranked clan. It seemed that divine quality truly didn't depend on bloodline. The red-haired young man was surprised and delighted by the result. He believed that he would surely pass the test. After all, he had the best qualification among all the princes and princesses. Nearby, the 3 old men of the Heaven Path Institute glanced at the red-haired young man with gentle eyes and nodded with satisfaction. "That guy's turn is almost up," said Tang Ruyan in a low voice. The candidates had been lined up. The Rain Clan's prince was almost there. The Rain Clan had sent 5 princes, and the young prince they knew was at the end of the line. The other princes kept a distance from him. The news of the Rain Clan's chaos bell being struck reached the ears of many high-ranked clans. However, the Rain Clan considered the fact as a source of humiliation, so they didn't offer any clarification about the matter. The other clans thought that a prince of the Rain Clan had done it, but the Rain Clan knew they had pushed away a genius who could make the chaos bell resound. In an ideal scenario, the human genius would have definitely been grateful toward the Rain Clan, had they acted courteously. The Rain Emperor didn't punish the prince, but the other candidates had formed an alliance and were giving him the cold shoulder, all to have 1 fewer competitor. "He definitely has poor divine quality," said Tang Ruyan, seeing the prince of the Rain Clan at the end of the line. She didn't participate in the battle against the people of the Rain Clan, but she had been accidentally killed several times. The disrespectful prince had left a deep impression on her. "It's hard to say." Su Ping slightly shook his head. He didn't consider it a big deal. Whether he could enter the institute remained to be seen. He didn't care if that prince could make it in. He would not mind dealing with the prince if both of them were admitted and the latter looked for trouble. He would be capable of slaying the prince, even after becoming a disciple of the Heaven Path Institute. Joanna had indeed mentioned that the institute was outstanding, but that was completely unrelated to that prince. "Humph," Tang Ruyan snorted, not agreeing with Su Ping's dismissive attitude. The Rain Clan's turn came soon after. The first prince of the Rain Clan was gentle and handsome. There was a lightning mark in his left eye which gave him a most unusual look. Someone whispered, "Lightning Eye. The Rain Clan's prince is truly terrifying." He was born with the lightning eye. He mastered the path of lightning when he was very little, and the lightning eye contains a destructive power. I'm sure he will ascend to higher levels. The others continued discussing in low voices, envy seeping through. Soon, the prince with the lightning eye laid his hand on the black ball. The sphere soon turned golden. Then, the golden color was spread out, illuminating 6 of the black nails. The 7th black nail turned golden halfway and then stopped. The middle-aged man, wearing a starry crown, nodded and gestured for the next one to step up. The prince with the lightning eye was unhappy, seeing the mild response from the senior. He had always been an astonishing genius. Still, the elder seemed to be unimpressed. Not even his lightning eye drew any attention, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, he kept all his discomfort concealed. He nodded with a smile and left. Behind him was a princess of the Rain Clan. She stepped up and managed to light up 9 black nails. Then the 3rd clan member only illuminated 1. The fourth one lit 3 of them. Soon it was the turn for the last one, the young prince who had forced Su Ping to strike the bell. Mo Feng of the Rain Clan. The young man stepped up and reported his name and clan. Then he laid his hand on the black ball. A moment later, the black ball turned golden, and then the golden color was slowly spread out, but only one of the black nails was dyed golden. Mo Feng was stunned. He didn't expect to see that his divine quality only amounted to that much. His heart became heavy. The final result hadn't been released yet, but he knew that he would probably not qualify. Damn it! He grimly clenched his other fist. He would get less resources if he was unable to enter the Institute, and was fully aware that one of his companions had illuminated 9 of the black nails. Go back next. The crowned middle-aged man could easily notice the frustration and fury in the young prince's eyes. He was also aware of the cruel competition which took place within each clan. Still, that was just how survival worked. There were winners and there were losers. He didn't sympathize with those without enough divine quality. He knew what it meant. Mo Feng turned around and walked away with a gloomy expression, not even bothering to say goodbye. The princess of the Rain Clan, who had illuminated 9 nails, had a wide and brilliant smile on her face. There was a good chance that she would be admitted by the Heaven Path Institute. If so, she would obtain much more resources and later become a lot stronger. All the other princes and princesses lowered their heads in silence. All the candidates of the high-ranked clans were measured as time went by. The best had illuminated 11 black nails, and the worst didn't even change the black ball, which made the onlookers think that the golden stone was malfunctioning until another did the test again. That one doesn't have any divine quality at all, right? And her, to think she's the princess of a high-ranked clan, how terrifying. Tusk. The competitors in her clan must be trembling with fear after seeing such a result. She's definitely a bada. Everybody whispered in low voices and made sure to remember her name. The girl was slightly surprised by the result. There was coldness in her eyes when she returned to her previous position, as she had noticed the round of whispering she had caused. The privileged group finished. It was then Su Ping and the others' turn. Once again, everybody was soon lined up according to the crowned senior's indications. Mo Feng, as he made plans with a gloomy expression, saw a familiar person in the crowd. Slightly dazed, he squinted and realized that his eyes weren't deceiving him. The guy is still alive. He even came to the Heaven Path Institute. Mo Feng was even gloomier. If Su Ping joined the Institute, his astonishing talent would definitely be revealed, and he would receive a lot of resources. Damn it! His mood was even fouler. He thought it was the worst day of his life. He's a mere human being. How much divine quality can he have, he thought. Soon the tests were conducted. Besides gods, their vassal species were taking the tests too. Many different races could be seen due to this reason. Some of them had bull heads and human bodies, while others had human bodies and snake nails. There were also spirits with colorful hair. To everyone's surprise, several candidates from the vassal species illuminated 8 black nails. One of them even illuminated 10 black nails. Such results left a lot of God with unnatural expressions and strange feelings. The more Mo Feng looked, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists tightly. It was finally the turn for Su Ping's team. You go first, Su Ping said to Tang Ruyan. Tang Ruyan was rather nervous. She nodded and then flew towards the golden stone. Just lay your hand on it. The middle-aged man gave her a weird look. He had obviously realized that she couldn't have passed the previous tests without external help. She was a human being. Was she a slave to one of the gods? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, not considering it a big deal. Even though Tang Ruyan was really weak, the Heaven Path Institute was a place where students became stronger, no matter how weak their starting point. That is, on the premise that they had enough divine quality to pass the test. Tang Ruyan laid her hand on the black ball. Soon, the black ball turned golden. 1 black nail, 2 nails, 3. It didn't stop until it reached the seventh one. Tang Ruyan was slightly relieved to see the result, but she was a bit regretful too. 7 nails was a fairly good result, but she didn't know if she could pass. She would have been more confident had she illuminated 8 or 9 nails. However, she was still surprised to have lit 7 black nails. Did she have that much divine quality in her body? Am I such a good person? Tang Ruyan mumbled, feeling good for herself. She even held her head high as she looked at the gods present. She finally felt that she wasn't the weakest one around. Huh. Joanna was astonished by Tang Ruyan's results. The girl was above average, considering the readings of the previous candidates. Su Ping was slightly surprised. Tang Ruyan didn't have much divine power, yet her divine quality was high. It was beyond his expectation. No wonder the divine quality didn't depend on bloodline. Maybe it was just a special feature related to the soul. I wonder what my soul is like, Su Ping thought. He stepped up to the golden stone. Su Ping as if the stone were staring down at him like a gigantic eyeball. None of his thoughts and secrets could be hidden any longer. God's tear, is it really that marvelous? Su Ping thought. He laid his hand on the black ball as per the middle-aged man's instructions. The sphere felt cold to the touch. Su Ping waited hopefully, but the black ball didn't give the slightest response after a long time passed. Su Ping was stunned and speechless. He then remembered the princess who had even failed to illuminate the black ball. Had he lost all of his divine quality because he killed too many people? But he always considered himself a good guy. He had always been observant of laws, and he was an excellent figure from every perspective. While Su Ping felt like crying, the black ball showed brilliant gold colors, which then spread out and illuminated the first black nail. Then, the second, the third. The golden light suddenly stopped when it came to the 9th nail. Su Ping illuminated 9.5 of them. Phew! Su Ping was relieved. That was close. It was a terrifying moment. Did the golden stone hear his inward cry? The nearby senior with a starry crown was also surprised, wondering why the golden stone had been unresponsive a moment earlier. He looked at the 3 old men, then dropped the matter since none of them said a thing. Su Ping moved back and gave Joanna an encouraging look. Go for it. Joanna was acting solemn and anxious. She even seemed to be breathing at a slower rate. She looked back at Su Ping, nodded and then flew to where the golden stone was. Chapter 985, 3 Academies. Damn it! Among the Rain Clan's candidates, Mo Feng became gloomy after seeing Su Ping's performance. 9.5 nails was already a great result. If Su Ping couldn't pass the test, then at least 90% of the test takers present wouldn't. Still, if Su Ping passed the test, the Heaven Path Institute would realize the human being's potential and invest a tremendous amount of resources on him. Such an outcome was bad news for him and the Rain Clan. Joanna stepped up to take the test while Mo Feng pondered. Soon the black ball turned golden. Then, the first black nail, the second, the third, they glittered one after the other. 10 of them turned on soon after, but that wasn't the end of it. The 11th and 12th black nails had also turned golden. All of the black nails had been illuminated. Everybody fell silent at the moment. So far, she was the only candidate who had managed to illuminate all of the black nails. Someone noticed that Joanna was from the original ladies' clan. It was said that her clan had a strange relationship with the ancient Titan gods. The Titan gods was a high-ranked clan with a long history. However, it declined due to an incident and disappeared overnight. Nobody knew where they had gone. Since then, their vassal forces had been subdued by the other clans. Still, the original ladies weren't subdued for some reason. Still, they didn't have much potential and could only manage to stand as a middle-ranked clan with their bloodline. The middle-aged man responsible for registering results was surprised. He looked at Joanna and sensed something. However, considering such an outstanding result, he turned and looked at the 3 old men. He knew what to do after seeing the surprise and appreciation on their faces. "Very good, you may leave," said the middle-aged man with a smile. Joanna was slightly dazed by the result. She didn't expect that her divine quality would be as high. She knew about the uses of the golden stone, but she had never tested her divine quality. After all, it couldn't really improve her combat ability. In any case, the results showed that she would surely be admitted by the Heaven Path Institute. Unless Joanna looked at the three old men, finding that they were staring at her too with gentle smiles. She then felt relieved and was no longer anxious when she returned to Su Ping's side. She was thrilled to think she would be admitted by the Heaven Path Institute. It would be a breeze for an expert of the Institute to pull the demigod burial over to the Archean divinity. Do you have such a high divine quality? Su Ping was indeed astonished, and so was Tang Ruyan. She had broken the record thus far. Nobody had paid any attention to them earlier, but then they realized that countless people were gazing at Joanna after she broke the record. "Did you cheat?" said Su Ping telepathically. Joanna glanced back at him and said, "Who would dare to cheat here? Do you think I'm as cunning as you? You aren't any better than me when it comes to that." Su Ping looked weird. He had known Joanna for a long time. Never did he see her as a benevolent person. Didn't her divine quality suggest that she was a saint? Or rather, was divine quality unrelated to one's kindness? Su Ping felt baffled by this. Still, he was quite happy with their results. Even Tang Ruyan, the one with the worst performance, had illuminated 7 black nails, which gave her a good chance to be admitted. "We're now the center of attention," Su Ping said in a low voice. Joanna said indifferently, "Not we but me." Su Ping didn't know what to say. The measurements continued. Time passed and all of them were done. Some illuminated 10 black nails while others illuminated 11, but none had managed to illuminate all 12 like Joanna did. Once the tests were over, the middle-aged man closed the book he held and the brush made of divine power disappeared. He looked at the 3 old men and gestured at them. The harsh old man on the right side said in a cold and solemn tone, "We've examined your divine quality. Now, I will announce the admission standard." Everybody pricked their ears after hearing that. Those who have illuminated 7 or more nails will be admitted. The rest of you should work on cultivating your personalities. Feel free to come again, said the old man coldly. The whole crowd in the field whispered. The ones who had met the standard felt relieved, while the ones who had illuminated 6 divine nails were regretful. As for those who had illuminated 1 or 2 nails, they knew they couldn't be admitted and were moaning in sorrow. "I didn't know the threshold was 7 black nails. There was no need for me to illuminate 9 nails. 7 nails is enough to be admitted. Why not 10? "Why 10? Because you illuminated 10 nails." Some cheered and some were upset. Mo Feng had an utterly gloomy look. He knew his outlook was not good, given his result, but now he had lost his final hope. He looked at the princess of the Rain clan next to him, who was the only person from his clan who would be admitted. His eyes were rather weird. He seemed as dangerous as a viper. The others glanced at the princess too. "Those who failed the test, you have 2 options," said the gentle-looking old man who was standing at the center. "Firstly, you may leave the Heaven Path Institute and continue polishing yourselves. Secondly, you may join the Heart Mirror Academy of the Heaven Path Institute and cultivate your divine quality there. You may still join the Heaven Path Institute when you reach the standard." The Heart Mirror Academy. "I heard that it's a place for you to meditate. All that is taught there is a bunch of useless moral lessons." The people in the crowd whispered. "Now, please stand on the left side if you wish to leave." The old man raised his hand and pointed at his left side. A bubble immediately popped up. Those willing to quit would be sent away. Many shook their heads and gave up after he said that. They would rather train PM their own, instead of wasting time in the Heart Mirror Academy. After all, studying in the Heaven Path Institute wasn't the only way to become strong. Divine quality wasn't completely essential when someone wanted to become strong. Many experts had no divine quality, yet they were still able to become unparalleled geniuses that shocked other gods. Su Ping and the others who had passed the test were waiting quietly for their own arrangements. At this moment, Tang Ruyan suddenly said, "That guy is still here." Su Ping looked ahead. He saw that Mo Feng, the young prince of the Rain clan, was still standing there. The losers by his side didn't move either. Besides them, many princes and princesses of other clans stood unmoving. They appeared to be willing to stay. Looks like the Heart Mirror Academy isn't simple. Or rather, the Heaven Path Institute is very significant to them, Su Ping thought. The competition among nobles was very cruel, and the Heaven Path Institute was an important step for them to become strong. So, they had to go there, even if they had to take a detour. Soon after, most people chose to leave. Only a third of the people stayed. Those who stayed were taken away by the other old man. The ones who passed, including Su Ping, were officially proclaimed students by the gentle-looking old man. I hope that your goal in the Heaven Path Institute is to reach the peak. Let me ask you, what's the highest point in the realm of gods? The gentle-looking old man dropped his smile and became solemn. In the crowd, a bold prince shouted loudly, "The ancestral gods." The old man glanced at the prince and nodded. "Exactly, the ancestral gods. I hope that all of you aim to become ancestral gods." Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, finding the situation surreal. It had been years since the last ancestral god had emerged. Every ancestral god was a world-shaking powerhouse who would always change the balance of the world. Cultivation is a high mountain. This mountain is full of thorns and difficulties. You need to overcome your laziness, lust, vanity, and other weaknesses and melt into the mountain like a rock. That is the only way you can keep on climbing. This is not a demand. It is but my personal hope. I hope that all of you aim to be the best. Such a pursuit will prevent you from being distracted by temptations. Rest and errors won't be tolerated on the path to supremacy. So you must be harder on yourselves, said the old man as he addressed the crowd. Everyone looked solemn. There was hot blood boiling in their hearts. Cultivation was more strenuous and painful than most things in the world. Therefore, one could not persist without a strong mind. Your new students, I do not know you well yet. There are 3 academies in the Heaven Path Institute, namely the Fighting Heavens Academy, the Mending Heavens Academy, and the Unifying Heavens Academy. Each academy has its own unique style. You'll learn about the details later. The old man faded away once he finished saying that. The middle-aged man who was responsible for the records opened his mouth a minute after the old man left. You are new disciples of this institute. I'll take you to the allocation mountain first, where teachers will answer all of your questions. I hope that you follow our rules. Those who violate them shall be severely punished. He waved his hand after saying that, and everybody was translocated to a place underneath a sky of purple flames. It seemed to be the middle-aged man's world. The fiery sky disappeared soon after. They were no longer in the square, but at the top of a huge mountain. Is this the expertise of an ascendant? What a smooth use of the power of his world, Su Ping thought. He had just realized that he was contained in a small world, along with everybody else. All of them could have been killed if that guy had a nefarious agenda. After all, he was the master of all laws and order in his small world. They would suffer major setbacks even if they were at his level. They arrived at the allocation mountain. Experts with powerful auras and robes of the Institute quickly dashed over. They were introduced as the Heaven Path Institute's mentors. Su Ping was already familiar with the Ascendant aura. He found that all of the mentors were Ascendants. They seemed to be even more terrifying than the ones he had seen in the Federation. Are these mentors as strong as heavenly lords? Su Ping wondered. Soon, the mentors recited the rules of the Heaven Path Institute. They also introduced the 3 academies. As the name implied, the Fighting Heavens Academy was focused on fighting. The disciples of this academy would often need to carry out dangerous battle missions. They would need to defend the Institute in the event of an attack. The Mending Heavens Institute, on the other hand, taught the skills of defense and assistance. As for the Unifying Heavens Academy, it taught miscellaneous skills, including some ancient, lost techniques from various categories. Su Ping and Joanna had different opinions in regards to the choice of academy. Joanna chose the Fighting Heavens Academy. She seemed to have long admired the institute because of its sub-academy. As for Su Ping, he chose the Unifying Heavens Academy. He was curious about the unseen stuff. After a long time of consideration, Tang Ruyan also chose the Fighting Heavens Academy. She was the aggressive type. Unfortunately, you can't stay here for too long. Su Ping was slightly regretful that they didn't choose the same academy as he did. They could only stay for a limited amount of time with the employee privilege. They could no longer be resurrected if he randomly took them there again later. They would truly die if they were killed. Su Ping would not dare test his luck. After all, it was the Archean divinity, and there were countless experts. They could be caught in a dangerous situation at any time. "I'll ask the experts of my academy and see if they can move my world here," said Joanna. Chapter 986, Cultivation. "Won't that expose our identity?" Tang Ruyan asked. Although she didn't get what Joanna had said, she guessed something and was rather worried because of it. Joanna was a bit surprised. She shook her head and said, "It wouldn't be a big deal even if we do get exposed. There must be records about the war in the past. I believe that the people of the Archean divinity are also looking for the lost pieces. I belong to the Archean divinity and I just came back. What's wrong with that?" There was excitement in her voice. Tang Ruyan didn't know how to respond, so she looked at Su Ping. The latter nodded and said, "That's right. Even if we're exposed, we can still return in one piece and think of other methods. We always have a last resort. Go ahead and try whatever you wish." Tang Ruyan stopped persuading them after seeing that Su Ping was supportive of Joanna's plan. "They said you're from the original ladies' clan. Do you want me to help you find your clan?" Su Ping asked Joanna. Joanna's expression changed a bit. She said, "It's already gone. My clan leader led my entire clan to fight in that war. Only a small part of the clan was sent elsewhere to work as seeds for the future. I don't think they can be found." She knew of the cruel competition among the gods. The seeds were probably unable to grow up into anything even with her bloodline. "That's not necessarily the case. Let's just be patient. Maybe we'll find something," said Su Ping. His words were full of hope and power. Joanna chose not to continue with the conversation. There was hope deep down in her heart, but rationality told her that reality was cruel. Once they picked their academy, Tang Ruyan and Joanna were led away by the mentors of the Fighting Heavens Academy, and Su Ping was taken to the Unifying Heavens Academy's cultivation place. The Unifying Heavens Academy was in the middle of floating mountains. According to Su Ping's guide, the place had been created by a mythical figure in ancient times. That being had gone to a deep slumber after having lived for eons. Its mind had stopped functioning, and its body turned into the mountain. Its consciousness had fled to an unimaginable space. The sky was vast, and mountains floated in the sky like clouds in glowing light. At ground level, the brown soil and the golden leaves of the trees were just as remarkable. There was a concentrated divine power flowing in the air, 5 times as intense as in the outside world. The divine power was even denser on the floating mountains, which were cultivating holy lands. The Unifying Heavens Academy advocates the pursuit of the origin. To achieve this, you have to observe and gain a deep understanding of all things in the world. That is the only way you can trace back to the source and become an ancestral god. Unlike the Fighting Heavens Academy and the Mending Heavens Academy, the Unifying Heavens Academy aims toward lifelong research. Medicine, weapons, arrays. You may study anything and become an expert, said the mentor of the Unifying Heavens Academy as he addressed the new students, including Su Ping. Everybody was excited. To study everything in the world, trace back to the origin, and become an ancestral god. That was the path of the Unifying Heavens Academy. This is where you'll be staying. Every 5 students will share one mountain. All the mountains have the same density of divine power. The distribution of those mountains, as well as all future resources, will be done in a fair and equal manner. You won't receive more resources depending on performance. But of course, there will be benefits if you work hard and stand out. For example, some mentors will recommend you to the grandmasters if they like you. No matter what you learn from the grandmasters, it will benefit you for the rest of your life, said the mentor with a smile. Everybody was surprised. None of them expected that cultivating in the Heaven Path Institute would be as peaceful. Would there be no competition at all? Su Ping was similarly surprised, but found the situation understandable upon remembering what Joanna had said. An academy which upheld such fairness would certainly have a great atmosphere. Still, would the students laze around due to the lack of competitiveness? The atmosphere was key. All students would actively communicate and encourage each other to grow together if the atmosphere was ideal. None of the geniuses in the Heaven Path Institute were willing to settle and be mediocre. The atmosphere would definitely be positive. You must not fight nor commit acts of brutality against each other while in the institute. You must not plot against each other. If there is truly an irresolvable grudge between you, you may go ahead and duel, fully accepting whatever the outcome may be. The mentor added in closing, "Okay, you may choose your mountain now. Each mountain can only accommodate 5 people. Find another if the one you choose is already full." Everybody looked at the mountains and flew towards them. Su Ping picked a random mountain. After all the mountains had the same density of divine power. There was no need to compete. His mountain was soon filled to capacity. There were 2 males and 2 females aside from Su Ping. A man and a woman from the others were of noble rank in their clans. The mountain was massive. There were 5 groups of buildings. Aside from the main palace, there were rooms for servants, cultivation, and guests. All those places had been cleaned up. Su Ping claimed one of the compounds and planned to start cultivating, but 2 of the others went to see him with the intention of going together to meet both the prince and the princess. The 5 of them would be classmates in the future. That was why they wanted to meet everyone and get to know each other better. Su Ping usually preferred not to waste time on such formalities, but he conceded and left with them. They went to the prince's palace first. The latter declined their invitation and was quite cold to them. He drove them away under the excuse that he would start cultivating very soon. After such a setback, the trio went to the princess' palace. She was just as unfriendly upon seeing that the prince was not with them. She also used her need to cultivate as an excuse, not intent on entertaining the visitors for long. Such an incident had also left a mutual bad impression between the 2 nobles. Su Ping and the other 2 students didn't think highly of them either. The scions of the major clans are truly arrogant. One of the young gods was angry due to the failed endeavor. He wasn't a prince, but he was a genius of his clan. He was infuriated because of their attitude. The female, however, didn't think much of it, as if already used to such coldness. She bade goodbye to Su Ping and the young god and then left. Su Ping saw this experience as a waste of his time. He said goodbye to the young god and returned to his palace to start his cultivation. The next day, an ascendant god went to the mountain and introduced himself as their mentor. They then learned that a mentor was assigned to supervise groups of 5 students. Most mentors used to be students of the Heaven Path Institute in the past. They chose to stay and continue cultivating there after graduating. They had been entrusted with the additional task of teaching the freshmen. You're currently god warriors. Well, this young human is a celestial god. You passed the 2nd test with such a level. You must have a lot of battle experience. The mentor was a young and handsome god with a mature air. He wore a friendly smile. Su Ping remembered when Joanna told him about godly ranks in the demigod burial, where star state experts were called god warriors. It seemed that star lords were the god warriors in the Archean divinity. Has the cultivation system in the demigod burial deviated since it broke away from the Archean divinity, and its general combat ability has lowered? If so, the major gods here equal the ascendant state, and the gods of rules equal to the celestial state. As for the superior gods, they must be even above the celestial state. But in the demigod burial, the 4 superior gods are already the top of it all. Su Ping thought. Today, we'll focus on the cultivation of the celestial state. Young human, you may listen to it too. I will tell you about matters related to celestial gods later, said the mentor with a smile. Su Ping immediately nodded. The other 4 students glanced at Su Ping. The 2 students who had gone to visit with Su Ping remained calm, but the prince and the princess had disdainful expressions. They seemed to find it demeaning to stand alongside someone as weak as Su Ping. Chapter 987, Cultivation Beyond the Limits. Every level has a corresponding power core. The core for a celestial god is the power of laws they have mastered, as well as the number of such laws. God warriors differ from each other when it comes to the power of faith and their small worlds. Today, we will talk about the difference between small worlds. With a smile, the young mentor asked, "If your opponent is at the same level as you are, how can your small world completely surpass theirs? Anyone." Su Ping and the others considered carefully, not rushing to answer the question. The young god, however, frowned and said indifferently, "That is an easy question. The number and power of laws used to construct a small world would decide its power. That's the reason why we pursue the 4 supreme laws. Our small world would become more solid than anything if we add them. That way we can easily crush opponents on our level." "Exactly," replied the young mentor with a smile. "Then do you think this would set the limits?" The young prince said thoughtfully, "I've heard of an ancient cultivation technique that can strengthen our small world until it surpasses the limits of the 4 supreme laws." The young mentor smiled and continued, "There's indeed such an ancient technique, but it can only strengthen your small world in a limited way. That's not the correct path." "Oh," the young prince was surprised by the response, becoming much humbler. He seemed eager to learn the real answer. "This is exactly what I'm going to teach you today." The young mentor added with a smile, "The ancestral gods of the Heaven Path Institute created a set of secret cultivation techniques years ago, which redefined the limits god warriors can reach. This set of secret cultivation techniques allows you to own multiple small worlds." Multiple small worlds, everybody was stunned. "Exactly. You can create another small world within your small world. Combined worlds would be much more powerful than any single world." The young mentor continued with a smile. "However, such cultivation technique requires great talent and diligence. Succeeding would make you far stronger than your peers, but if you fail, it would be a huge waste of time. Build another world within the original small world." Everybody was dumbfounded by the concept, feeling that a new gate was being opened before them, revealing infinite, unimaginable splendors behind it. It was a path they had never thought of. "Is it really possible? If we do that, won't our original small world be torn apart?" asked the now excited young prince. "Your cultivation is what matters. Nothing will happen if you cultivate appropriately, but making mistakes in your cultivation may lead to horrible results like self-destruction," said the young mentor solemnly. "This is the cultivation technique that the Heaven Path Institute teaches you. Look carefully. These are multiple small worlds." He pointed with one of his fingers, and a spherical space appeared in midair. There seemed to be an ocean of stars in it. Within that world, another small world showed up, filled with infinite flames. A third small world collapsed and appeared in the middle of the infinite flames. Inside, there was nothing but lightning and desolation. There are 3 difficulties regarding the multiplication of small worlds. Firstly, you must establish a small world within your small world, which means that you must break the laws in the original small world. You have to fully understand one of the laws you mastered in order to create a unique world with it. The second difficulty is to make the 2 small worlds compatible so that their force fields will enhance each other, instead of offsetting and weakening each other. The third difficulty is to master the force fields and various laws of different small worlds. You won't experience this until you start to condense your second small world. Seeing how shocked and solemn everybody was, the young mentor said, "This cultivation technique is meant to break your limits. It's very difficult, however, you will benefit greatly if you master it. Even if you only create a second small world, you will still be far stronger than your peers. You'll be able to crush them easily. If you establish 3 small worlds, you can defeat the strongest of your level with one casual attack. The princes and princesses of your clans are the best in their level and very close to the limit, but they are as vulnerable as bobbies to those who own triple small worlds. The expressions of 2 young nobles changed once he said that. Given their status as descendants of major clans, they had always been the leaders in their generation and had almost reached the limits of the god-warrior state. They had been trying to condense the 4 supreme laws to build the strongest small world, all to be able to defeat anyone at their level. However, that was just the first limit in the Heaven Path Institute. Well, if I may ask, how many small worlds can a person create in total? Asked the young prince with a humble tone, dropping all of his arrogance. The young mentor smiled and replied, "Your high ambition is worth complimenting, but don't aim too high. A lot of descendants like you are very talented. Some are even geniuses listed on the chaos rank. However, very few have condensed 3 small worlds. Still, in the long history of our institute, a lot of unparalleled geniuses have been able to rise further. One of them condensed 7 small worlds while being a god warrior." 7. Everyone's faces changed due to shock. 3 small worlds were enough to beat the limits of the god warrior level. 7 small worlds were already unimaginable. It wasn't hard to tell how vulnerable other god warriors would be to them. The unusual genius who condensed 7 small worlds is now one of the ancestral gods of this institute. A lot of grandmasters will notice you if any of you condenses 5 small worlds. You'll be able to learn a lot more things from them, including cultivation techniques that are more mysterious and powerful, said the young mentor with an encouraging and provoking smile. Everybody became excited, but they soon calmed down. They realized that the young teacher, who had only condensed 3 small worlds, was already a mentor in the Heaven Path Institute. It wasn't hard to imagine how hard it would be to condense 5 small worlds. I didn't know that there was such a cultivation technique for Star Lords. Su Ping, on the other hand, was thrilled, feeling that the trip had been absolutely worth it. He had never heard of such a cultivation theory in the Federation. His master, Shen Huang, had never mentioned anything of the sort. He would have taught him if he knew of it, as it was unnecessary to keep it a secret. After all, the cultivation technique was extremely difficult. Normal people might not even grasp the basics. It seems that this cultivation theory doesn't exist in the Federation. I should be able to crush any Star Lord in the Federation if I can condense a second small world, Su Ping thought. He had challenged the top warrior on the Divine Lord rank. Although he failed, he had detected that the person had only released a small world. The 4 supreme laws are just the first limit, but it's already extremely rare for anyone to grasp all 4 of them. The path of cultivation is indeed long. There are still limits beyond limits. Su Ping's eyes glittered with hope. He looked forward to what he might grow into. He even wondered about the ancestral god who condensed 7 small worlds. What kind of extraordinary person he must have been when he was young. Chapter 988, Source. The young mentor taught them how to condense a second small world. Su Ping also learned a lot from their conversation. The young mentor sensed that he had spoken enough for the day, once he saw that everybody seemed confused after a 2-hour session. He said, "Reflect on what I've taught you later. Try to lay a foundation for your second small world as soon as possible." He looked at Su Ping and said, "You stay here. I'll teach you about the cultivation for the celestial god realm." The others looked at Su Ping. The prince and the princess simply spared him a glance, not thinking much of it. They said goodbye to the young mentor and flew back to their respective temples. The other 2 students nodded at Su Ping and left too. Celestial gods have their own limits. The young mentor started the topic without beating around the bush. Celestial gods should focus on understanding laws. You may become a god warrior if you grasp a law to a point that you become adept in using it. However, that's just the beginning for a celestial god. Some exceptional geniuses may master multiple laws and even become adept at harnessing the 4 supreme laws. However, that's not the limit for celestial gods. Once you understand thousands of laws, you connect and combine all the laws that you know and find the source behind them. That's the true limit for celestial gods. The young mentor looked at Su Ping and added, "Of course, it will be very hard. Among the countless students of this institute, very few have tapped the source. You may consider it as your goal and try to pursue it if you are capable, but there's no need to become obsessed over it and delay your advancement if you think it's too far away. We may be close to immortal once we become major gods, but reaching the limits of every level is barely possible, even if you have infinite longevity. While people who used to be at your level soar high, you would still be stuck exploring in the old place. That would be a huge waste of time." Su Ping realized what he meant and nodded. There's a black tablet inside the Unifying Heavens Academy. It is said to be a meteor from space which contains many ultimate laws. Although incomplete, they should be enough to help you understand a lot of laws. Lastly, the young mentor said, "You don't have to grasp too many laws in order to find out their source. My master told me that some unparalleled geniuses would reach a vague understanding of the source by only mastering 100 laws. There are many different laws and paths in the world, but their destination is the same." Su Ping asked curiously, "Will there be any special result if I master the source?" "Special result? To put it simply, celestial gods who are as strong as you won't be able to hurt you, no matter what laws they use," replied the young mentor with a smile. "Is that all?" Su Ping felt less interested. He said, "If I master the source, will it be helpful when I become a god warrior and condense a small world?" Trying to understand the source would only be a waste of time if it could only prevent him from being hurt by people on his level, as he was already impervious to such opponents. "Of course it would be helpful," said the young mentor. "If you master the source, the first small world you condense would be perfect, one that borders on the limits. A perfect small world is equal to 2 or even 3 small worlds. If you practice the world multiplication technique as a god warrior and condense 2 perfect small worlds, you would be able to suppress rivals with 4 small worlds. There are very few god warriors across the entire realm of gods who have condensed 4 small worlds." Enlightened Su Ping asked, "Can I go visit the black tablet anytime?" "Each visit requires 10 contribution points, which you may earn by accomplishing student missions issued by the Academy. The yearly championship can provide you with a tremendous amount of contribution points if you perform well. Alternatively, you may work as an assistant for the Grandmasters, but to have the opportunity you would first have to display unique skills or have a sharp mind." Realizing what was on Su Ping's mind, the young mentor said, "I can give you a student mission since you're a new student. It just so happens that I'm in need of a few fish-horned beasts. Find them for me and you'll get 10 contribution points." Su Ping was stunned. He shook his head, as his time in the godly plane was limited. The way to exchange time and labor for contribution points was not suitable for him. He asked, "Is there any other way?" "Another way?" The young mentor was surprised by Su Ping's refusal. It was an already great gesture of his to treat a new student in such a way. Who could possibly earn 10 contribution points for capturing a few fish-horned beasts? "You can also redeem contribution points if you donate items or rare materials to the arsenal or the material warehouse of our institute," said the helpless mentor, not at all affronted by Su Ping's attitude. Such a way to make contribution points was usually reserved for the nobles. He didn't recommend it to Su Ping at first, since he was merely a human being. Lost for words, Su Ping asked, "Can I donate techniques?" He didn't have rare weapons or materials, and even if he did, he would need them later. However, techniques were different. He wouldn't lose anything even if he donated them. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his ultimate techniques. That would only expose his trump cards. Any future fight would be like battling with his pants down. "That works too, but they're only valuable if they're not registered in our institute already," said the young mentor weirdly. Countless techniques had been registered in the Heaven Path Institute. It was thousands of times more difficult to find a technique that didn't exist there as opposed to donating rare materials. After all, materials and weapons were expendables. They could be stocked. Okay. Su Ping nodded and immediately copied some of the techniques he had learned from the Federation, including the battle skills that Elder Yan had taught him earlier. Once he saw that Su Ping had really decided to donate some techniques, the young mentor immediately led him to the library of the Unifying Heavens Academy, where there was an old man next to a tree. The tree was extremely tall and big. Its branches and leaves shadowed the library. The old man was sitting right under its shade. There was an old woman's wrinkled face as if carved on the trunk. The old man went and examined the records. None of the techniques offered by Su Ping had been registered before. Su Ping offered 3 techniques. 2 of them were the battle techniques that Elder Yan had taught him. They were worth 50 contribution points. The last one had the first 2 levels from the Fist of Exorcist, which were worth 180 contribution points. This exchange produced 230 contribution points, so he immediately went to visit the Black Tablet. The object stood next to a windy cliff. There were also domesticated beasts hovering in the sky. A couple of people were sitting cross-legged in front of the gigantic tablet. They were gazing at the tablet wholeheartedly, as if trying to understand something. Su Ping examined their level and found that all of them were god warriors. Their plan is to fill up the number of laws they can grasp as god warriors to tap the source, just so that they can perfect their small world, said the young mentor, who had tagged along. The road of a cultivator is long and hard. You don't have to be too stubborn. There will still be a chance to understand the source when you become a god warrior if you can at the moment. Su Ping nodded and thanked him for his kindness. He didn't say anything else. A white-robed young man flashed over and stood in Su Ping's way before the latter could approach the cliff. You need to pay 10 contribution points if you wish to enter the Black Stone Cliff, said the young man indifferently. Here. Su Ping took out his student badge, which was connected to his soul. It had recorded his personal information and kept tabs on his contribution points. The badge could also allow him to be teleported straight to the Heavenly Path state, as long as he was still on the continent where the institute was located. The white-robed young man accepted Su Ping's badge and deducted 10 contribution points. He then said with a cold tone, "You may only stay for 3 days. Please leave when the time is up." Su Ping nodded. Then, after being led by the young man, Su Ping found a cushion on the top of the cliff and sat down. Chapter 989, Declination. Is it a meteor from outer space? Su Ping gazed at the black tablet. The longer he watched, the more he noticed how rays of light were twisted in front of his eyes. A strange, indescribable feeling popped up in his heart. The tablet seemed ablaze, as if radiating a weird light with its flames. Is this how flames are created? Su Ping stared at the flames covering the black tablet, completely fascinated. Right before his eyes, flames came into being from the weakest and simplest structures. They turned from ordered to chaotic, and then the chaotic went back to ordered. The path of flames. Su Ping was already adept when using the path of flames. Therefore, the path he knew best showed up and directed him to a new stage. While Su Ping was devoted to discern truths from the black tablet, somewhere else, in the Fighting Heavens Academy, both Joanna and Tang Ruyan had completed their paperwork, claimed their student badges, and chosen their residences. They had picked the same island, which they shared with 3 gods. Soon after, a mentor went there and taught them rules and cultivation methods for god warriors. Joanna was astounded by the world multiplication technique, as she had never thought of such a cultivation method before. Could small worlds be multiplied? Joanna couldn't help but ask. All celestial gods and god warriors have their limits. Then, what are the limits for gods of rules? She was asking that question to aid her original self, who seemed to be approaching those limits, yet she had yet to find the opportunity to step up into the superior god level. That was why she had developed a reincarnation, to find an opportunity to advance. The gods of rules. Their appointed mentor was a young goddess. Once she heard what Joanna said, she shook her head with a small smile. That's an old term. That rank doesn't exist anymore. Also, in ancient times, gods of rules were big shots only second to superior gods. I'm only a major god, so I cannot answer your question. Hardly had Joanna asked the question when she knew she had misspoken. She was smart enough to learn from other people's conversations that major gods were as strong as the gods of rules that she knew from the demigod burial, and the superior gods she knew were only gods of rules in the Archean divinity. No wonder the four superior gods failed to send us back to the Archean divinity. They would have been able to do that if they were real superior gods, Joanna thought. Joanna changed her question. What about the limits of major gods? The mentor had noticed that Joanna was a reincarnation and knew that she was asking on behalf of her original self. She smiled and said, I will gladly answer your question if you come to this institute in person. That's only fair, isn't it? Joanna hesitated. Her original self could hardly leave the demigod burial, much less go to the Heaven Path Institute. The others looked at Joanna after hearing their mentor's reply. She had left a deep impression on them since she had passed the test with full marks. They didn't know she was a reincarnation. May I know if there's any way for me to meet the ancestral gods of our institute? Joanna asked again, after being silent for a long time. Her words attracted a lot of attention again. Even Tang Ruyan was surprised by this, but then she understood Joanna's purpose. You want to meet the ancestral gods? The mentor was stunned too. She looked at Joanna, lost for words. She recovered and said, the ancestral gods are too honorable to grant an audience. Not just you and me, even our masters can hardly meet them. Every new student wants to become a disciple, but they never take disciples easily. You can't even meet them if you're an unparalleled genius on the chaos rank. She was rather blunt, as she thought that Joanna was being overconfident. Such a request seemed like a random whim, for the girl to think she could meet the ancestral gods because her original self was a major god. I'm not trying to become a disciple. I simply have a favor to ask of them, said Joanna, knowing that the mentor misunderstood her. Even so, she didn't want to explain. What favor? The mentor frowned. About that. Joanna looked around. She didn't think that those present could understand her. After all, the people she had met earlier had forgotten the glorious achievements of the Heaven Path Institute in the past, who knew how much time had passed in the Archean divinity since then. It should be noted that time flowed at different speeds in different worlds. It's about salvation, said Joanna, after considering her choice of words. A fragment from the realm of gods was detached for some reason. There are still a lot of gods living on that piece of land. I hope to bring them back. The mentor was stunned for a moment, not expecting to hear such a matter. She glanced at Joanna and said thoughtfully, such things do happen. Battles by the border are sometimes too intense and pieces of the realm may shatter, but drifting fragments aren't too large. Our masters can easily find lost spaces beyond the realm. She looked at Joanna and added, I'll take you to our master. You may tell him the details. Joanna was relieved and was quick to thank her. There had been a misunderstanding earlier, but their mentor was clearly not a bad person. Then, their mentor encouraged the other students to work hard before she took Joanna away. They arrived at a temple and stood by the stairs. The mentor bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, master. It's you, Liyue. What's the matter? Said a gentle elder voice. Master, a new student is in trouble and seeks help, said the mentor respectfully. Then she hinted at Joanna. The latter quickly paid her respects. Her ever-steady hands, no matter the battle, were shaking at the moment. She said, It's an honor to meet you, senior. There's something that I wonder if you could help me. My homeland was detached from this realm and has drifted in an unknown space due to a battle from a long time ago. I hope you could bring that continent back to the realm of gods. All my compatriots have been yearning to return home. She became excited when she said the last part, to return home. The temple was quiet for half a minute. Then the old man said in confusion, Child, you're a reincarnation. In normal circumstances, only major gods who have hit the bottleneck would choose to develop reincarnations. Your original self is a major god, isn't it? How long ago are you talking about? From what I recall, battles have often taken place in the realm of gods, but not to a scale to affect a whole continent, has it? Joanna was shocked. She never expected such an answer. She quickly said, "Senior, the students and teachers of the Heaven Path Institute fought a desperate battle against the heavens. The entire realm of gods was involved in the war. The continent that I lived on was just one of the regions affected. The other continents were also broken apart." "Hold on a second." The old man inside the temple stopped her and asked in confusion, "Did you say that the Heaven Path Institute fought the heavens with all our students?" "Exactly." Joanna was dazed. Her mentor was also surprised as she looked at the former. After a long silence, the old man in the temple finally said, "I can't do that. Child, you may leave." Joanna was stupefied. She felt that her blood was turning cold. She couldn't help but ask, "Senior, please help me. If you can't do that, what about the ancestral gods?" "Nonsense." The old man scolded her from within the temple. "You must not mention the ancestral gods with such ease. As I said, what you ask of me is impossible. Go back. Do not bring up this matter to anyone in the future. If you have only come to this institute for that matter, then I suggest you quit right now." Joanna was rather confused. She felt that whoever was inside the temple had drastically changed his attitude, almost as if he were a different person. Chapter 990, Dead. Joanna remained confused after being dismissed from the temple. Things didn't quite turn out as she had expected. The holy and awe-inspiring Heaven Path Institute had also lost its brilliance. She thought that they would help her without hesitation, but that wasn't the case. "Why? Have we truly been abandoned?" Joanna mumbled in frustration. She returned to her temple and cheered herself up. "If they're unwilling to help, we'll help ourselves." She had been a warrior her entire life, never one to admit defeat. "I will make it happen if I become a superior god or someone even stronger. If there's no other way, I can ask the 4 superior gods to go to his store. We can cut our plane into 5 pieces and slowly move them back, one step at a time." Joanna became hopeful again after considering that idea. Su Ping's store would have an outstanding employee nomination once a year. She estimated that she would get 300 opportunities to visit the Archean divinity in a 1,000-year span, which should be more than enough for her to transport her hometown. 1,000 years wasn't a long time for her. But, on the other hand, inside the temple that Joanna had just visited, an old man was seated inside the temple. He seemed to be partially real, as he appeared to be sitting there while also looking like a projection. Any direct attack would be useless. At the moment, the old man was looking in a certain direction, with a respectful demeanor. An awe-inspiring power coming from that place was gradually fading away. "She's already dead." What did the ancestral god mean by that? That man has caused an ancestral god to appear. What's so special about her? The original lady's clan has declined, but its members are still living a good life. The old man mumbled in awe and fear, as the situation left him shocked and baffled. An ancestral god had just informed him via telepathy of the woman's identity, telling him that she was already dead, and that the absurd war she had described was going to happen. All the ancestral gods were able to peer into the future. It wasn't hard for them to predict what would happen. But how did the woman know of it? The whole situation was eerie. Is the Heaven Path Institute destined to fight the heavens and die together with them? The old man felt confused. The news was too appalling to be shared with anyone. He suspected that the ancestral gods would know as soon as he planned to reveal it. After all, if he did plan to reveal it, it would have already been spread in the future. Ancestral gods could look into the future and trace it back to the origin, all to give him a warning at that moment. If that fateful day does come, what if even someone as I sacrifice myself for what I believe in? The old man's eyes glittered for a long time before he heaved a sigh. His eyes became sharp. He thought that preparations were in order. The ancestral gods didn't inform others of the matter, which meant that the news shouldn't be exposed. However, he could still do some planning. A person whom the ancestral god said to be dead brought such a piece of information to us. Maybe the realm of gods will indeed fall into chaos. Well, on the cliff, Su Ping was devoted to the concepts imprinted on the black tablet. Those ideas looked like the most primitive gathering of laws. They were fully displayed for Su Ping to see. He was completely fascinated. His understanding of fire had been further improved. He had almost located its origin. Furthermore, he had inspected many other laws, and his understanding was greatly improved. His small world was quickly strengthened thanks to this enlightening. Su Ping then had a vague understanding of why so many people had gone to find inspiration observing the black tablet. Watching the primitive laws did give him the feeling that he was getting a sensation for the origin of all laws. If I can truly grab it, it would surely be the source of all laws, Su Ping thought. Unfortunately, he was still far from that point. Although the sensation was there, it was just a feeling he had yet to truly grasp. After all, he had yet to fully understand the four supreme laws. Time flew. 3 days went by. Su Ping left the cliff. He still had more contribution points, but he chose not to stay any longer since the time allotted to visit that plane was almost up. Besides the attainment of a deeper understanding of laws, he too accumulated a lot more strength during the 3 days. There was a lot of divine power on the cliff, and there was also other energy that was the original energy of the Archean divinity. All of it could be transformed into astral power. Even more astral power was consolidated inside Su Ping's body. He was surpassing the limits again. He went back to his temple and received a servant outside the building. He was the one who received the cultivation elixir distributed once every 10 years in the Heaven Path Institute. The cultivation elixir. Su Ping opened the box and found an emerald pill the size of a ring. He perceived the medicinal fragrance the moment he opened the box. The aroma began to spread. Su Ping felt that his bones and muscles were being stretched and could easily tell it must have been a very rare medicine. Su Ping asked for the way to take the medicine. He simply placed it in his mouth once he learned that it should be taken orally. A stream of scorching, divine power gushed out the moment the medicine entered his throat. Besides divine power, there were also many types of powerful energies within. Su Ping had also detected the power of dragons and phoenixes. The assorted energy flooded into Su Ping's body. As if conscious, it passed many different parts and then gathered in his astral oceans, which immediately began to boil. The highly purified astral power inside his astral oceans, with the influx of the new energy, was further condensed. Su Ping was observing carefully and found that it wasn't because his previous purification had flaws. Rather, the astral power's form was changing. To be more precise, his astral power was no longer simple. It had changed. It turned into a new type of energy, of a level higher than astral power, yet slightly lower than divine power. Su Ping immediately observed the transformation of the astral power in his body, so that he could transform the astral power he absorbed in the future, to turn it into the same new energy. He could tell that it was better than astral power, at least 5 times as effective. Chaos aura is the rarest energy in the world. However, the chaos aura that caused the foundation of the universe has already been exhausted. Even ancestral gods would be interested in getting it. No one can get it at this point. Next to chaos aura is divine power. However, divine power is thousands of times weaker than chaos aura. Below divine power is deity power, which Green Lady mentioned before. It's even rarer. Then there's astral power, which is the most popular in the Federation. Astral power is generated on every planet and is sufficient for anyone. My combat ability will be 10 times stronger if I can transform my astral power into divine power, even if I'm not a god, Su Ping thought. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to transform astral power into divine power, although there was divine power in his body, until the elixir did it and showed the mysteries of its energy structure. Divine power was one of the god's core secrets. There probably wasn't any medicine that could help him with the transformation. Even if there were any, it wouldn't be given to a common student such as himself. Su Ping really felt conflicted as he examined the transformation taking place in his body. A single elixir had increased his energy density by almost 5 times. However, the first time was often the most effective one. No one could have foreseen Su Ping's shocking changes due to the elixir given to the new students. It was unlikely that the Heaven Path Institute had, either. As things stood, all creatures in the Archean divinity harnessed either divine power or naturally born energy of their own races. For instance, dragons could transform all absorbed energy into dragon power, which carried the features of their race. The transformation is almost complete. Maybe I can try to condense the pendulum astral painting, the 6th one, Su Ping thought. The pendulum astral painting main focus was time. Once mastered, he would be able to unite the laws of space and time, and his combat ability would improve yet again. He immediately tried to condense the astral painting. Infinite energy was condensed in his body. Stars made of pure energy and blood took shape. Time quietly flew by. After an indeterminate length of time, Su Ping heard the system's summoning voice. Their journey in the Archean divinity had come to an end. He opened his eyes, still unsatisfied, but he was still delighted by the changes in his body. Although he didn't explore the Heaven Path Institute through infinite resurrections, he had managed to enter. Such a feat was truly rare. After all, even though he could see a lot of places in the Archean divinity through resurrections, it was likely that he wouldn't learn much if he was being instantly killed by overwhelming opponents all the time. The trip would have been nothing but an eye-opener for him. Chapter 991, Causal Duel. It's time to go back. Su Ping woke up from his meditation, ready to visit Joanna and Tang Ruyan. Before he left, he told his servants to not disturb him, since he would spend a long time in seclusion. That was just an excuse for his departure. Otherwise, their mentors would investigate the matter if he suddenly went missing. The big shots could detect the anomaly if they heard word of this and searched in special ways. Fortunately, people often go into secluded training for years in this place. Some mentors teach once every few years or even decades. It probably won't affect me if I just come out once in a while. Su Ping went to the Fighting Heavens Academy after making the arrangements. Thanks to the guards who sent a message, Su Ping soon met Joanna and Tang Ruyan. To his surprise, Tang Ruyan had already risen to the Fate state. In only a couple of days, she had leaped to the Fate state from the Ocean state. Her energy was not just purely astral power anymore. It was mixed with some sort of special energy, which was rather tough. Joanna, on the other hand, looked exceptionally calm. Su Ping knew her well enough to realize she was in a bad mood. He guessed the reason and asked, "Have you talked to your mentors? They don't have a way to pull the demigod burial back to the realm of gods." Joanna glanced at Su Ping. Her calm eyes were then filled with softness, noticing the care in Su Ping's eyes. She felt really disappointed by the refusal 3 days prior. She didn't know whom she could turn to if the experts of the Heaven Path Institute were unwilling to help. She suddenly realized that the person who was willing to help her was Su Ping, who wasn't even a god. Joanna shook her head and dropped her random thoughts. She said, "They're unwilling to help. I'll discuss the matter with the superior gods later. I may have to ask for your help again." "That's all right. I'll help you as long as I can," Su Ping promised. Tang Ruyan asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "It's a long story and a private matter of hers." Su Ping shook his head, deciding not to elaborate. Tang Ruyan stopped asking since it was a sensitive topic. She simply glanced at Joanna in surprise. She was reluctant to admit that Joanna, who was also a woman, was stronger than her. Still, she knew that the girl was very capable while being just a reincarnation, according to what Su Ping had mentioned. Her original self had to be even stronger. And yet, for a woman as strong as her to be forced to look for help, this made Tang Ruyan feel weird. She also had the uncanny urge of giving Joanna a hand. "Visiting time is over. We should head back. Just say that you'll be training in seclusion," said Su Ping, going straight to business. The pair was stunned for a moment, Both felt regretful upon remembering they had stayed there for days. The current training was unimaginably effective for Tang Ruyan. As for Joanna, although her idea to relocate the demigod burial had failed, she didn't idle by during those days, having already found a route to break through. Given her maximum divine quality reading in the third test, she had been noticed by one of the mentor's masters who was in the celestial state. The latter had also realized she was a reincarnation. However, he wasn't bothered by it and pointed out the way to the celestial state for her. For those in the Federation, it was well unknown that there wasn't a fixed route to the ascendant state or the celestial state. Not even celestials could guide others on how they reached that level. They couldn't even teach their disciples how to reach the ascendant state. After all, every ascendant had a unique path, which was uncopyable. The only thing celestials could do was to invest their rare resources on disciples they thought highly of, in order to bring about epiphanies. Still, the celestial state master in that place had pointed out a feasible route to the celestial state for Joanna. The route was extremely hard, but the idea of hardships wasn't worth mentioning to Joanna. Having a direction was all that mattered. She had been fighting ever since she picked up the spear. Was any day of her life not hard? Joanna didn't tell Su Ping the route she was taking, not because she wanted to keep it a secret, but because it was only suitable for gods. After giving instructions to the two girls, Su Ping took them away. He sent them to his small world since they still had some time. Then, he found a secret place and detonated himself, before he resurrected at a random location. Su Ping saw a lot of things in the Archean divinity through consecutive resurrections. He was randomly resurrected in a city, at a beast's nest, and a village of the gods. Su Ping had an even better understanding of the Archean divinity after only half a day. To his surprise, the Archean divinity was obviously in order. Except for the desolate lands, all the residences of the gods and the other species seemed rather safe. This was unlike the chaotic realm of the undead, which was a desolate and chaotic home to terrifying devils. Soon after Su Ping left the Heaven Path Institute, someone went to the temple where he lived. An invitation, a challenge invitation. The servant who was sent to watch over Su Ping's temple was surprised by the golden invitation she received. Her expression changed when she saw the emblem at the edge of the invitation, as it was a challenge. Someone challenged her new master to a duel. Someone is challenging Mr. Su right after entering the Heaven Path Institute. Is he an enemy from the past? Isn't this the mark of the high-ranked Rain clan? The servant was shocked to see the back of the invitation. A god from a high-ranked clan was challenging a human being like Su Ping. She didn't remember hearing about any grudges between the Rain clan and human beings. He must be an enemy from the past. Mr. Su said he would train in seclusion when he just came. He must have seen this coming, so he left with an excuse. The servant looked like a girl, but she had lived for almost 100 years. She thought her speculation was valid, but she still needed to ask Su Ping's opinion. Mr. Su has just left, and who knows where he went. I'll just wait until he returns from seclusion since he chose to dodge the challenger, thought the servant. She kept the challenge invitation for Su Ping. Even though invitations like those couldn't be declined, it was impossible to demand a duel from someone who was training in seclusion. After all, the training rhythm could be disrupted if the seclusion was interrupted. The Heaven Path Institute advocated for peace and allowed duels, but only if they didn't affect their training. You're about to exit the Archean divinity. Counting down. The system's notifications rang in Su Ping's head. Su Ping finally noticed that the system, who always talked to him in his heart, had the same voice as the standard notifications. However, the latter sounded rigid and robotic. By comparison, the talkative one was much more free-willed, not hesitating to talk about anything. Do not mock this system, declared the system again in Su Ping's head, obviously angry. Su Ping smiled and focused his attention on what was ahead of him. Above him was a vast sky, while a boundless land was below his feet. He seemed to be flying with the scenery flashing by. It wasn't true flight. as he was standing on the top of a gargantuan beast that looked like a cloud. Its full view couldn't be seen clearly. It was just like a moving island from his perspective. However, it moved at a very fast speed and raised infinite gales whenever it flapped its wings. Su Ping found himself on top of that beast after a random resurrection, which left him lost for words. This thing is not as good as the Chaos Perception Dragon, but it must be at least in the celestial state. Maybe it's even stronger, Su Ping thought with a bitter smile. Soon after the countdown was over, Su Ping flashed and disappeared from the beast's back. The beast suddenly winked. Its eyes had been staring at the ground below. Just then it detected some sort of horrifying aura up close. What was the thing observing it in secret? The beast flashed and tore the void apart after thinking about that, then vanished into nothingness. Chapter 992, Liufu. At the Pixie Pet store in Wafat City, Planet Rhea. 3 people emerged from a glittering, turning sphere. They were none other than the visitors who had returned from the Archean divinity. Both Joanna and Tang Ruyan were astonished to see what was around them. They knew that they had been teleported straight to the Archean divinity from the store, but it was still even more surprising to be teleported back to the same spot. 2 different worlds seemed to be somehow connected to Su Ping's store. If the horrifying being backing Su Ping could lend a hand, my wish could easily be fulfilled, right? Joanna thought and felt even more awe for that mysterious entity. She thought it was likely an ancestral god, a really strong one at that. Such beings were already beyond her imagination. Their abilities were mind-boggling. "You're back," said Green Lady in a pleasant yet casual voice. She looked at them, with increasing surprise in her eyes. Tang Ruyan had the most obvious change. She had leaped from the ocean state to the fate state in a single day. Both Su Ping and Joanna had changes too. Green Lady detected that Su Ping's energy was now mixed and strange. "Stay in the store. I'll take Green Lady to the realm of deities. You can reflect on what you've acquired from the journey while we're away," said Su Ping, mainly to Tang Ruyan. Tang Ruyan nodded. She too wanted to cultivate in seclusion. Joanna glanced at Su Ping and said, "I would like to ask my original self to take my place next time you go to the realm of gods." "Huh?" Slightly surprised, Su Ping asked. "Didn't you say your original self can't leave the demigod burial?" "That was in the past. Right now, I should be able to convince the 4 superior gods to take care of my problems in my stead. If that happens, my original self will be freed and she can help in your store," said Joanna. Su Ping was enlightened, but he didn't really care. Since they couldn't leave the store, it made no difference to him whether she was there as her original self or as a reincarnation. He said, "I think it's enough for your reincarnation to stay here. The job at the store is very easy anyway." Joanna glanced at Green Lady and shook his head. "I prefer to have my original self come here. Some of the customers you receive these days must be god warriors. My original self will be able to take action and discipline any of the bad-tempered ones." While looking her in the eye, Su Ping realized she had benefited greatly from their trip to the Archean divinity, and her eagerness to be named Outstanding Employee had grown. That was fantastic. Active employees could always help businesses flourish. "Okay," Su Ping didn't decline her. He turned his head and said to Green Lady, "Are you ready?" "Can we really go there?" Green Lady looked at Joanna, with a lingering bit of suspicion on her face. She had been through that turbulent age with the Twilight Deity King. She had fallen asleep while sealed in the temple, back when the Deity King had used his body to block the cosmic hole. She didn't know what had happened to the realm of deities where she lived. She guessed its ending from the passing of her master. "Believe in me," said Su Ping with a smile and a warm voice. Then he brought up the system's cultivation panel and saw countless planes displayed. Su Ping simply searched for the realm of deities. But soon, a long row of planes with the term Realm of Deities in their names had popped up in the results. The original Realm of Deities. The Nine Suns Realm of Deities. The Green Emperor Realm of Deities. Su Ping was stunned by all those names. Were there many realms of deities? He read the introductions to every cultivation plane carefully, soon realizing that there was more than one such realm. Thankfully, the number wasn't too large. Every deity realm was named after the deity emperor who had mastered it, or the ancient calendar. However, the realms of deities named after calendars had a very long history. How many years have these realms existed? Su Ping felt that a vast and splendid river of time, where countless great heroes, epic events, and horrible things were buried, was passing right before his eyes. After heaving a sigh, Su Ping turned and looked at Green Lady. He asked, "Which deity realm do you want to go to? The original realm of deities, or the Nine Suns realm of deities?" "You know the original realm of deities." Green Lady was dazed by the answer. That was an ancient realm that had already fallen apart, eventually sinking in the river of time. Not many knew of that place, even back in the realm of deities where she lived. She wouldn't have known about it if she hadn't traveled the world with the Twilight Deity King. The Twilight Deity King was born in the Luofu realm of deities. Green Lady's eyes glittered. She finally started to think that Su Ping could truly have a way to take her to the place she wanted to go to. Luofu. Su Ping immediately searched for it in the list. Found it. That place does exist. It's an advanced cultivation site, but not as expensive as the Archean divinity. There must a deity emperor supervising it. Green Lady was at a loss, not understanding what Su Ping had said, except for the last part. She nodded and said, "The master of the Luofu realm of deities is Luofu the Great." "Okay, let's go." Su Ping was really looking forward to the trip. The ticket fee for the Luofu realm of deities was 5,000 energy points, which was half the cost for the Archean divinity. According to Green Lady's introduction, deity kings were on par with celestials, while deity emperors were above deity kings. There were no beings with cultivation beyond the celestial state in the Federation at the moment, at least not to Su Ping's knowledge. Looks like the Federation can also be listed as one of the advanced cultivation sites, but it's probably at the bottom of the list, Su Ping thought. There were no entities above the celestial level in the Federation, making it seem that the celestial state was the end to all cultivation. However, even some deity emperors were stronger than others in different worlds. Ancestral gods were also above deity emperors in the Archean divinity. Therefore, there were actually two levels above the celestial state. Ascendants can kill star state warriors as easily as killing chickens. Ancestral gods of the Archean divinity would have it easy to dominate the entire universe if they went to the Federation. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He suddenly thought of something and asked the system curiously, "Why is the Federation not one of the listed cultivation sites?" The system didn't respond after a long time passed. Su Ping was really surprised, wondering if it had fallen asleep. But then again, did the system need any sleep at all? Su Ping waited for another moment, but there was still no reply. He called out again, hearing nothing but silence. He could not help but curse in his heart. First warning for disparaging the system, a notification echoed. Su Ping end. Second warning. Su Ping immediately paused all his psychological activities. He asked the same question again. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the system finally said, "This is your birthplace. If you enter this world like a cultivation plane and resurrect anywhere, it would disrupt the order of the world where you live, drawing attention from things you don't want to mess with. It wouldn't be a big thing for you, though." Su Ping raised his eyebrows, not expecting such a reason. He shook his head and stopped thinking about that. He was ready to take Green Lady to the place. His store would already be upgraded when they returned. After all, 3 days in the outside world equaled 1 month inside the cultivation site. Chapter 993, The Blue Cloud Deity King. Whoosh whoosh. Up in the sky, several sword auras glittered as they darted at fast speeds. Some of them were ridden by human beings, and some were pure auras. All were extremely sharp. They were currently flying towards a golden-scaled insect dozens of meters long. The creature had golden scales all over its body and a hideous-looking mouth. 2 men and a woman were moving around, trying their best to kill it, but the situation wasn't very promising. While the human beings and the insect were fighting fiercely, a vortex appeared in a nearby point midair, from where a man and a woman appeared. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was beautiful, clad in a green dress. She looked as graceful as an angel. They were none other than Su Ping and Green Lady, who were fully prepared as they set off to visit the Luofu realm of deities. Someone is fighting. Hardly had Su Ping arrived when he noticed the fighting. He immediately released his senses, finding that everyone present were Star Lords, including the creature. However, the latter emanated a profound aura and an uncanny power inside its body. Green Lady didn't seem to notice any of them. She simply looked around with suspicion and confusion. She felt the place was definitely familiar. Around her was a dense deity aura, as well as an assorted energy from the desolate land. However, the types of energy and their feeling gave her a sense of familiarity. A fallen leaf could bring someone back to autumn. A frog croak could bring someone back to childhood. The pervading, assorted energy immediately reminded her of her travels with the Twilight Deity King. Is this really the place? Green Lady felt that the situation was rather surreal. She was at Su Ping's store a second before. We've arrived in the Luofu realm of deities in the blink of an eye. However, the familiar feelings gradually cleared all doubts about her of her current location, no matter how hard it was to believe. It was then that she noticed the battle in the distance and fixed her eyes upon the insect. A demon god insect. She was stunned. Then her eyes glittered with excitement. She then dashed forth and appeared right at the center of that fierce battle. Her unexpected appearance shocked all those locked in battle. Then an overwhelming aura covered the battlefield and paralyzed both the group of people and the beast. Their eyes widened in fear, not expecting that the stranger was a golden deity. Golden deities in the Luofu realm of deities were actually ascendants. A tier above were the deity kings. It truly is the demon god insect, Green Lady mumbled as she observed the being. Su Ping had dashed over at that point. She turned and looked at him. Is this really the Luofu realm of deities? Su Ping opened his hands, feeling helpless. Of course, just ask them if you don't believe me. They must know what this place is. Green Lady turned to address the humans. Is this the Luofu realm of deities? Senior. The trio was confused by her question. But then, they thought of a horrifying possibility. That female ascendant had ascended from another world. This is the realm of deities, said the young man in the middle with a prudent and respectful attitude. Senior, we're at your service. The Green Lady was in a trance. She never really doubted Su Ping, but everything was simply too surreal. She never thought that one day she would be able to visit Luofu once again, the place that the Twilight Deity King had once defended. So to speak, had he accomplished his task. He secured Luofu, but he was already gone. While the Green Lady was trying to overcome her shock, Su Ping looked at the group and asked, "Where are we in Luofu? Do you have a map of the realm?" The three people looked at Su Ping. All of them noticed that Su Ping was a level lower than them. However, they could vaguely feel some pressure from the young man, which made them feel weird. The thought was dismissed as an illusion caused by the golden deity nearby, thus not considering it a big deal. This is the vast wilderness of Luofu. This demon god insect caused a lot of trouble and was trying to flee to this place. We've been chasing it and trying to dispose of it for the sake of the people, said the young man in the middle, trying to establish a positive image. He didn't know where Su Ping was from or what kind of person he was, but positive images would always be more likable. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere. No one would know if the strangers decided to kill them. Su Ping understood what was on the young man's mind, but he didn't expose him. He asked again, "You've been chasing the creature this far, so you must have a map, right?" After a moment of hesitation, the young man took out a jade chip and said, "This is a map of the Green Continent Island." "It's quite old," Su Ping said to himself after seeing the map. The three humans wore ancient-styled clothes like Green Lady. The jade chip seemed to be made of bamboo. Having learned a lot about the realm of deities, Su Ping extended his thoughts into the chip. Soon, a virtual map popped up in Su Ping's head. Such a combination of energy and mastery are already quite advanced, Su Ping thought. They were indeed dressed in an ancient style, but whether a civilization was developed or not didn't depend on such superficial things. From a technological point of view, it was the mastery of energy that mattered. Underdeveloped civilizations could only make use of the energy from its planet, while developed civilizations were able to harness stellar energy as well as cosmic rays. The Federation, for example, was quite advanced when it came to utilization of astral power. The civilization in the realm of deities was the same. Although preserving ancient customs, it made use of energy as well as the Federation did. This meant that their secret techniques were very powerful. The vast wilderness. Su Ping saw a gigantic island on the map. The vast wilderness was just a forest that only took up a tenth of the landmass. There were massive cities in other places, as well as tribes and totems. Those totems covered an area as large as the vast wilderness. Su Ping could feel the extensive scope of the place from what he saw on the map. This is the Green Continent Island. How many islands are there in total? Su Ping asked curiously. 13. This time, it was Green Lady who answered Su Ping's question. She seemed to have calmed down. Bearing a troubled expression, she asked while trying to hide her bursting emotions, "There is one or more deity kings on each island?" The three locals were stunned. They thought that the strangers had ascended from elsewhere. None of them expected that Green Lady would know their realm that well. Green Continent Island. I wonder if the Blue Cloud Deity King is still alive. Green Lady thoughtfully looked at them. The faces of the three locals changed ever so slightly, as it was highly disrespectful to call a deity king by name. However, considering she was a golden deity, none of them dared to make a case out of it. The young man in the middle said prudently, "Lord Deity King is master of the island. She is naturally alive." He felt that his head was ringing as he said that, knowing that he could be sentenced to death for discussing whether the deity king was alive. The emperors and kings are dead. Why is she still alive? Green Lady narrowed her eyes coldly. Even the air seemed a lot colder. The three locals were shocked. Is this woman doubting the existence of the deity king? Not even a golden deity should be this bold, or could she? The trio cried inwardly, not knowing how to respond. Su Ping had heard a thing or two about the war in the past from Green Lady. He was speculating as he said, "Why don't you ask them what happened after the war? Also, which island is the Twilight Deity King on? Why don't we go there and take a look?" This trip was intended as a benefit for his employee anyway. Su Ping had decided to do whatever Green Lady wanted to do. The Twilight Deity King. The trio heard yet another deity king's name, now from Su Ping. They also heard that the strangers were planning to visit the Blue Cloud Deity King. Their hearts were shaking. They would have considered the pair as deranged, were it not for Green Lady's golden deity level. Chapter 994, Energy Transformation. Green Lady was stunned, not expecting Su Ping to say that. She then shook her head and said, "She's a deity king. It would be too dangerous if we met her recklessly." "Have you forgotten your employee benefits? There's no need to fear a thing. I'm here for you," Su Ping encouraged her. It wasn't easy for them to go there. Su Ping was hoping that Green Lady would enjoy herself to the fullest. Green Lady remembered her employee benefits too. She looked at Su Ping in shock, realizing from Su Ping's expression that he meant it. Su Ping had miraculously taken the two of them to the Luofu realm of deities in the blink of an eye, so she no longer harbored any doubts. She took a deep breath, feeling excited. "Fine. Let's go ask her. She was one of the deity kings involved in the war. Even the Luofu deity emperor perished in battle. There's no way she could survive, unless she did something in secret." "Yes," Su Ping nodded. Their conversation left the three locals in a stupor. Green Lady then raised her hand and instantly killed the demon god insect, which had been quaking in fear since she showed up. It was smart enough to know how strong she was, but it failed to dodge Green Lady's attack and died instantly. A golden core flew out. Green Lady threw it to Su Ping and said, "The demon god insect is a rare creature born from the cracks of the abyss. It contains a special power. Its core is a crucial material to make ascension pills. It can strengthen you if taken directly." The local trio shot covetous gazes, now that Su Ping had been given the core, but they had no choice but to give up, considering the powerful senior present. Su Ping didn't hesitate. He accepted the core and ate it on the spot. While digesting the core, he said to Green Lady, "This is the map. Let's go." Green Lady scanned the jade chip with astonishment in her eyes. The green continent island is exactly the same as it was back then. It is unchanged, without any trace of damage. She crushed the jade chip. Its perfect condition meant that the Blue Cloud deity queen's participation in the war was just a show. The trio remained with bewildered looks when Green Lady and Su Ping left. After a long time passed, the woman in the group asked in confusion, "Where are they from? Why do I feel like they've ascended from the mortal world?" She said that the great emperor had perished. Is she not scared of being killed for saying that? She's merely a golden deity, yet she has such an unbridled tongue. She's going to suffer sooner or later. A golden deity dares to meet the Blue Cloud deity queen. She's trying to get herself killed. The young man in the middle frowned. Their words were rather odd. They kept talking about the war. There seems to be something going on. Unfortunately, the demon god insect is gone. We were hoping to reach the top and become golden deities with its core. What dense energy! While led by Green Lady, Su Ping absorbed the core in the small world behind her. The energy contained by the core was pure and special. It was deity aura, according to her. Unlike other creatures, the demon god insects carried a special power from the abyss, aside from the deity aura. It was that special power which made the core be seen as rare. Su Ping constructed a nest of cells next to his astral ocean and stored the deity aura he had absorbed from the core. He then stored the special power elsewhere, in his flesh and blood. He carefully examined the deity aura and tried to destroy it. After all, even if something went wrong, he could always resurrect himself in the cultivation site. Deconstructing energy was a dangerous task. Su Ping's own energy received a backlash. He found how overwhelming deity aura was after his analysis. One part of its energy had already scorched the astral power in his body. Su Ping simply chose to reset himself through resurrection. Green Lady was completely relieved after witnessing Su Ping's death and rebirth. She coldly went straight to the Blue Cloud deity queen's palace. Deity aura is less powerful than divine power, but it's about 8 times as powerful as astral power. Su Ping had detected the horror of the deity aura during his energy deconstruction experiment. It was a very powerful type of energy. In other words, deities could easily crush pure battle pet warriors of the Federation. These people use their pets in a different way from how we do in my world. Su Ping recalled the battle he had seen and remembered it with clear detail. None of the Archean divinity gods used pets. They simply summoned special illusions that would assist them in battle. The cultivation system with pets seems to have been created later on. Every age and every world has unique cultivation systems. Cultivation systems result from different circumstances. Is it because divine power and deity aura disappeared that we had to resort to astral power and pets? Su Ping thought. Green Lady, he suddenly said to the fast-moving Green Lady, "Can you tell me about the history of deities and gods? I want to know what happened in the past." Feeling slightly dazed, Green Lady looked back at Su Ping and then peered forward once more. History is fake. Nobody knows what's real in history. As far as I know, this place used to be a different realm of deities mastered by another deity emperor. It's said that there are other realms of deities beyond Luofu, but the Twilight deity king never took me there. There was chaos before the realms of deities came to be. As for the gods you mentioned, I'm not sure. However, there are some ancient species in the realm of deities whose auras and appearance are similar to Joanna's. If we have to set a sequence to things, the realm of gods may have very well existed before the realms of deities. The realms of gods came before the realms of deities. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The realms of deities were advanced cultivation sites, and so was the Archean divinity, but the latter was a superior cultivation site. The realms of deities were born from chaos, which then fell apart in the war that Joanna described, and then turned into the realms of deities like this one. Su Ping thought, deity emperors are the strongest in the realms of deities. If the deity kings are cultivators in the celestial state, deity emperors would be a tier above. There are at least 2 levels above the celestial state in the realms of gods. Ancestral gods should be stronger than deity emperors. Right now, deity kings are at the top in the realms of deities. The celestial state is the top of the Federation. So, as time goes by, the peak of cultivation has been declining. The energy available for cultivation has also become sparse. From divine power to deity aura, and then astral power, there might have been ages once dominated by other energies. In other words, I need to find better energy in order to surpass the celestial state and climb to higher levels. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The importance of the system became increasingly clear to him. He could have never entered the cultivation sites or absorbed ancient energy without the system's help. Becoming a celestial would have been his limit if he only trained in the Federation, however talented he was. Energy was everything. There was no chance to rise too high when energy was limiting. However, I'm still too far from the celestial state right now, and I don't know much about the cultivation and breakthroughs from that level. Maybe it has to do with energy, maybe not. But I think energy definitely plays a role in it. After pondering over the matter, Su Ping was more determined to transform his astral power into a more advanced energy. Su Ping had completely absorbed the core as they traveled. He had been trying to decompose the deity aura, but he underestimated its difficulty. He accidentally blew himself up several times during his various attempts, but he still failed to realize the nature of deity aura, which meant that he couldn't yet transform astral power into deity aura. Some geniuses from the Federation carry divine power they absorbed from relics or treasures. However, unlike astral power, such divine power can't be replenished after usage. Also, many secret techniques of the Federation are based on astral power. I have deity aura in my body, and I can learn deity skills, which must be more powerful than the secret techniques based on astral power, Su Ping thought. Joanna's attacks are very powerful, partly because they're based on divine power. I should ask her more about it later. The two flew quickly as they passed through the vast wilderness. Green Lady had been moving at full speed, but still, the island was much bigger than Su Ping expected. It was as large as several galaxies put together. Su Ping's astral power was quickly being accumulated as they traveled. He cultivated and decomposed the pervading deity aura. He was already in the mid-phase of the star state. Meantime, Su Ping kept absorbing deity aura on his way, storing it in his body as a lake. Unfortunately, deity aura and divine power aren't my original powers. I cannot use them to make astral paintings. I would have saved a lot of time if I could, Su Ping thought, feeling regretful. He was even more eager to transform his astral power. He believed that he would step up to a much higher level when all of the 9 astral paintings were completed. Half a day later, after traveling full speed without worrying about expenditure, Green Lady finally arrived at the palace where the Blue Cloud deity queen lived. The building was at the center of the island. Several thousand kilometers away from the palace, one could see a vague flight of stairs, extending to reach the palace floating high above the clouds. There were big cities surrounding the palace, where many cultivators dwelled. They were places where items and secret techniques were being sold, and a lot of organizations were recruiting. There was prosperity in the air. Su Ping had occasionally detected auras as powerful as that of Green Lady. Even though golden deities were only second to deity kings on the island, they weren't that rare. Even the divine palace is exactly as it used to be. Green Lady became even colder as she looked at the palace floating next to the clouds. The Twilight Deity King had blocked the cosmic breach with his body, yet the Blue Cloud Deity Queen, one of his peers, had obviously been living a great life in the Luofu realm of deities. Chapter 995, Demand. Green Lady led Su Ping to the palace through the stairs. A couple of guards wearing silver armor and crowns suddenly appeared and yelled at them. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you break into the deity queen's palace?" The noises instantly attracted a lot of attention. Everybody looked at the intruders with gloating faces. "Get out of the way." Green Lady was very angry with the Blue Cloud deity queen, so she didn't bother with niceties. The guards obviously didn't think that a golden deity could be as reckless. Their leader unleashed deity aura, influencing time and space. He then said, "I can report your arrival if you want to meet the deity king, but you violated our rules by breaking in. You can still be forgiven since you're a golden deity if you apologize to the deity queen with me." Apologize? It is her who should apologize. Green Lady was more than infuriated. She should have been more rational, but she had grown confident after having seen Su Ping's rebirths on the way. She already believed in her employee benefit. After all, whoever was backing Su Ping had the power to transport them to that plane and was definitely capable of resurrecting them. "You're asking to be killed." The head of the guards turned cold. He considered her willfulness was because she was close to their liege or another deity king. However, her last statement was unforgivable, no matter her background. He pointed with a finger, unleashing deity aura to confine her. "I am going to see her today. Nobody can stop me." Green Lady's body was emanating green light. Swirling power was gushing around her like vortexes. At the same time, there were intense white flames burning over her fair skin. They were in fact the flames used to refine her, back when she was in the furnace, but she had tamed them, turning them into an attack of her own. "I was burnt day and night for 900 years just so that I could become a pill and help him. The Emperor and my master perished. Why are you still alive?" said Green Lady with a shrieking voice, her body ablaze. She instantly burned through the blocked space and marched towards the guard. The temperature was quickly rising. The Star Lord guards and the observers felt as if they were inside a furnace. One of the guards saw the graveness of the situation and quickly roared, "Hurry up! Establish an array." It was then that a cold voice burst out, "I'm your opponent." Su Ping stepped up, summoning the little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon and his other pets, which filled up the sky behind him. Dazzling astral power gushed out of Su Ping's body. He activated the astral paintings and used their power to enhance his bloody sword with their aggressive power. "Time and space cutting," Su Ping roared. His power over time and space had grown considerably after completing the sixth astral painting, to a point that not even the six lives Buddha, back in the Universe Geniuses contest, could compare to him. Su Ping's combat ability had soared ever since he mastered the power of time and space. He could easily summon his future self, or cut and reverse the flow of time. Of course, he could hardly accomplish that when there were stronger interferences, like those coming from ascendants. However, all the guards were Star Lords. Su Ping was absolutely fearless. A mere celestial deity. Finally, the guards noticed Su Ping. They had considered him a mere servant, never expecting for him to be as bold. Their contempt and fury disappeared when Su Ping's attack reached them. Their eyes then had shock and disbelief. Is this really something that a celestial deity can do? The genius deities waiting to be admitted by the divine palace saw this and their eyes widened. They even thought that Su Ping had hidden his cultivation. "Show me the deity skills you're proud of." Su Ping was shining with astral power. He made use of the Thousand Rain Sword technique. Countless sword auras were shot like raindrops with faith power. In the meantime, his small world was also taking shape. Unlike normal small worlds, his was dark and desolate, as if countless bodies were buried in it. "Damn you, devil!" All the guards became angry once they saw Su Ping's small world. Such a dark place suggested that he was brutal and twisted. All of them used their deity skills, bringing out secret treasures like flutes, swords, and musical instruments. They surrounded Su Ping with a unique mix of power. The sound of the music instruments confused the mind and induced hallucinations. However, Su Ping somehow felt comfortable as he was attacked by all the deity skills, which were more powerful than those of the Star Lords he knew, but less horrifying than he had expected. Break. One of the guards had a brilliant and righteous small world, filled with flying cranes. Su Ping waved his sword, unleashing a brutal aura with his sword technique. He exerted 30% of his strength with the skill he had grasped in the Archean divinity, then tore apart the small world. The cranes flew in a panic, and the wonderful world was destroyed, reduced to an apocalyptic display. Beauty that can't be protected is just brutality. Su Ping stepped forward and slashed randomly, beating back the divine weapons around him. The guards were also forced to retreat. No one was able to stop him. How is this possible? He's just a celestial deity. Is he the reincarnation of a deity king? That's impossible. How could an immature reincarnation of a deity king cause trouble here? He's hardly a celestial deity, going by the concentration of his deity aura. There's still a mixed type of energy in his body. He seems to have ascended from a lesser world. There were many mortal worlds outside the 13 islands. The strong experts of those worlds could ascend to the 13 islands and become registered as deities. Su Ping was clearly one of the ascendants, since he had other powers besides deity aura. Bang! While Su Ping stopped the guards, a battle between Green Lady and the Golden Deity Guard was raging on in parallel. Her flames were swept out, as if intending to burn up the sky. She moved amidst the flames like a bird and struck the guard, then confined him in a mysterious way. Get lost. Green Lady waved her hand to push away the higher-level guard. Her eyes were cold, but she still spared the Golden Deity's life. Then she flew upwards along the stairs to approach the palace. "Blue Cloud, come out right now," she roared loudly. Her voice echoed through hundreds of kilometers within the palace. Everybody looked at the girl who was bold enough to call the Blue Cloud deity queen by name, wondering why she had a death wish. How audacious! How audacious! Yells of shock and fury were heard everywhere. Many golden deities popped up further up on the stairs, ahead of Green Lady. They seemed to have arrived from another time and space, and were currently gazing at the trespassers with furious eyes. "Those are the legendary flames. Who are you?" "She's not a human being. She carries a strong pill aura. She must be a pill." "A pill dares to trespass. I'm going to swallow you right now." All the golden deities moved to intercept. Their eyes glittered once they noticed that she was a pill. A pill with a golden deity cultivation was a rare treasure, even for deity kings. Green Lady was even more exasperated after noticing their looks, as she was well acquainted with such greed and hypocrisy. She then said with a pained expression, "All of you survived because you're cowards. All of you should be killed like her." The flames coming from her body began to burn even more exuberantly, as she was on the verge of an outbreak. She then remembered her employee benefits granted by Su Ping, so she gritted her teeth and chose to attack. She was going to exhaust her power and fight her way up until she met Blue Cloud. Right when she was going to destroy herself, time and space around her was solidified. All the battling and noise were frozen. Then a voice came from a far-off distance. "A pill forged by a king. You want to meet me even at the cost of destroying yourself. Why?" A pair of long and fair legs stepped out of the void as the voice resounded. Time didn't seem to have left a single mark on her body. The hem of her hazy dress fell slowly, covering her beautiful legs, but the sight was even more alluring. Blue Cloud Deity Queen. All the golden deities, as well as the other people who were here to meet her, were shocked to see her. Everyone bowed respectfully. Only two people stood still at the moment, both in the air and at ground level, Green Lady and Su Ping. Whoosh! The guards encircling Su Ping fell to their knees, trembling as if seeking forgiveness. Su Ping stopped his attacks. He moved to hover next to Green Lady. "You truly are alive." With pain in her eyes, Green Lady gritted her teeth and said, "The deity king blocked the breach and saved the world with his body. How did you manage to survive the war? Slightly stunned, the deity queen said with glittering eyes, the Twilight deity king's power lingers in you. Were you created by him? Green Lady's expression showed more pain at the mention of her master. Her body was also shivering. The war. The deity queen's eyes flashed. She seemed confused and wary. She gave a thoughtful look at Green Lady, then said, such a matter is not something you should touch. I'll spare your life for the sake of the Twilight deity king. Just leave. He told me that they might not be able to stop the catastrophe, even if all the deity kings were to take action. Why are you still alive and Luofu is still standing? Green Lady's eyes were bloodshot as an insane idea occurred to her. Was it a scheme? A catastrophe, a scheme? The blue cloud deity queen narrowed her eyes and stared at Green Lady. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me say it one more time, leave, or stay here forever. I want the truth, Green Lady shouted in fury, shedding all demeanor of a deity. However, her anger could easily be detected. As I said, you're not qualified to know the answer. The deity queen snorted and turned cold. She pointed her finger, and the world around her was suddenly stretched into countless rays of light. Everything was gone, as if none of it had ever existed. While immersed in such a domain, Su Ping felt as if his mind was also going blank. He was unable to sense either time or space, as if he were in the middle of an utterly desolate place. Damn it, did she imprison us? He was shocked and infuriated, not knowing whether the woman was merciful or brutal. She imprisoned them instead of killing them. It was exactly at that moment when Su Ping heard a soft sigh. Chapter 996. The Old Man Underneath the Tree. Su Ping felt that their imprisonment was dispelled with the sigh. Right when he could see things again, he found that the divine palace was gone, and so was the blue cloud deity queen. There was only a green old tree full of vitality. There was green light on the leaves, which flowed like water and refreshed his eyes. An old man was sitting underneath the tree with a board in front of him. There was a purple toad on the stool facing the elder. They seemed to be playing a game. Where are we? Green Lady opened her eyes again. She looked around and found that she was no longer in the palace, which left her shocked and suspicious. She didn't know all of the deity king's methods, but it was obvious that the old man was the blue cloud deity queen in disguise. She couldn't even see through the mysterious aura enshrouding that senior. She has forgiven you. Do not cause trouble again. The old man stopped laying down the pieces. He turned around to look at Su Ping and Green Lady with gentle eyes. He said softly, how did you learn about the war that you mentioned earlier? Green Lady asked in shock, who are you? Humph, ignorant junior. Are you still not thanking Master for saving your life? Said the toad with a snort, but its voice was that of a young girl, its cheeks puffed out as it talked. Recalling the recent interactions, Su Ping realized that the old man had been their rescuer. He felt puzzled. Since they were freed from a deity king, this old man was very likely one himself. He immediately asked Green Lady via telepathy, who is this deity king? Do you know him? Green Lady shook her head. I saw all of the deity kings in the past, but not this one. He must have risen afterwards. Senior, do you know about the war that took place years ago? The war that took place years ago. The old man was clearly surprised by Green Lady's choice of words. He looked at her carefully and then examined Su Ping. No one could tell what was on his mind. He only asked after some time had passed, you come from other places, don't you? Green Lady gritted her teeth and said, yes, but I was born here. The Twilight deity king was loyal and friendly. I didn't know he had treated a pill this nicely. The old man mumbled and then shook his head. Since you don't belong here, it's best if you don't stay here too long. You will find the answer to your question in due time. The blue cloud deity queen is not a hypocrite. Don't be rude to her. Once he heard the old man defend the deity queen, the Green Lady said with a contorted expression, I only want to know the truth about what happened. The old man gave a slight shake of his head. The truth you seek is pointless. What happened has already happened. If you really want to do something, live a good life. It was obviously something that Green Lady couldn't accept. But the old man had stopped her in a way that couldn't be refused. She would not dare disobey, even though she was furious. Your strength is rather special. It seems to be from another cultivation system. The old man fixed his eyes upon Su Ping and said, I've thought of strengthening ourselves with the power of beasts. I didn't know there really was a world where people cultivated in such a way. Su Ping was dazed and felt slightly cold. It was horrifying to find that the old man had seen through him that easily. Was that the perception of the celestial state? Unfortunately, your energy isn't as powerful as deity aura. There's also divine power in your body. It's a power from ancient times, but you only stored it. It hasn't been absorbed yet. Maybe the way to make use of it has already been lost. It's not unusual that you wouldn't know how to absorb it. The old man suddenly raised one of his fingers. Light gathered in one of his fingertips, increasing in brilliance as if billions of glittering needles were being compressed, until the light condensed into a single point, which looked like a revolving 8 diagram. This is the origin of deity aura. It can transform the strength in your body into deity aura. There's also a little something from me in it. I hope you can grasp it well. The 8 diagram darted forward as the man spoke, entering the center of Su Ping's eyebrows and quickly disappearing. Su Ping immediately detected a very special power appearing in his body. The power was dispersed in his 2 astral oceans. Then, he felt that his 2 repositories were attracted to each other, as if about to merge. Young man, cultivate well. I hope you can let the realm of deities return someday. I will keep on fighting until the day comes, the old man said softly with a smile. Both Su Ping and Green Lady were stunned. They were completely baffled by what the old man had said. However, the old man gradually vanished into the fog that emerged around them before they had a chance to speak. The tree and the old man were nowhere to be seen once the fog dispersed. Master, you offered your legacy to a human kid that easily. That's too reckless. The green tree stood between the sky and the earth, while the old man and the purple toad continued playing the game. The toad spoke in a pleasant girl's voice. The black bell on its neck made it look rather cute. I couldn't see the past of that human. An emperor-level being must have blocked it. His energy and cultivation system aren't like anything we know. Just consider it as a favor and a gift for the future war. The old man lowered his head with a vague smile. The purple toad winked and said, Why do they know about the war? That pill asked the Blue Cloud Deity Queen why she was still alive. But she doesn't know that the Blue Cloud Deity Queen dies in the most miserable way. She fights until she sheds the last drop of her blood. She's not even able to enter the chaotic realm of the undead, forever imprisoned in that war, wandering in the void. All the deity kings have tried, so have I. The old man heaved a sigh with glittering eyes. Where are we? Su Ping looked around and noticed a dense demonic aura. They seemed to be in the middle of a desolate plain. They occasionally saw steaming swamps and forests. Su Ping remembered what the old man had said and quickly began to examine himself. He soon noticed 2 vortices in his astral oceans, attracting each other and absorbing astral power. Astral power entered from one side of each vortex, to be transformed into deity aura which was spewed on the other side. Yes, authentic deity aura. Su Ping was shocked, as the 2 vortices were like deity aura transformers, continuously converting his astral power. Is he transforming me into a deity? I don't need to adopt another cultivation system or ascend to higher levels. He gave me a chance to become a deity with a mere finger. Su Ping was shocked. The old man was so terrifying that he was unsure whether he was a deity king or a deity emperor. Su Ping thought of something and asked Green Lady, Did you ever meet deity Emperor Luofu? Green Lady was still overwhelmed because of all that had happened. She snapped out of her brooding to nod and say, Yes, I witnessed deity Emperor Luofu's feats when he fought in the war. Are you thinking that the senior we just saw was him? But deity Emperor Luofu was young and vigorous, not a dying old man. She suddenly paused. What's the matter? Green Lady had a suspicious expression. Not just deity emperors, even golden deities were able to easily change their appearances and aura. The old man had easily rescued them from the infuriated blue cloud deity queen. Is he really that emperor? But the emperor has already fallen. The green lady felt at a loss. Su Ping stopped asking, since he saw how dazed she was. He continued with his careful examination, evaluating the changes in his body. Apart from the continuous conversion of astral power, Su Ping felt that something was flowing into his head as his consciousness sank into the vortices. They were several secret techniques and a cultivation art. Su Ping was shocked after reading the cultivation art, as it could turn a mortal into a deity king. Mystic Shining Wheel Sutra. Su Ping recited the art's name to himself, becoming even more curious about the old man's identity. He was almost certain that the old man was a deity emperor. He gave me such a valuable cultivation art and helped me with deity aura conversion. He clearly wants to train me, but we've never met before. Why did he invest so much in me? Su Ping was confused. He wasn't suspecting the nature of the techniques, as the old man could have easily killed him without using any schemes. Su Ping thought for a moment and decided to pass the secret techniques to Green Lady. She was a pill, but she could also become a deity king. The cultivation art truly shocked her, since it would help her rise further. Still, the old man had given it away without any hesitation. He had to be a deity emperor. Green Lady eventually shook her head, not planning to practice the art. My cultivation is pointless. You may eat me when you're about to become a deity king. I can increase your odds of breaking through. Su Ping was stunned. He felt helpless as he said, "Who said anything about eating you? If I want to become a king, I'll count on myself instead of eating my employee." Green Lady's eyes glittered. She looked at Su Ping as she thought, then replied, "I know you're very gifted, but when you reach the final bottleneck, you'll know that talent doesn't mean much. It takes an opportunity to become a deity king. I'll be your opportunity." Su Ping knew it was difficult to reach the ascendant state, even more so when it came to the celestial state, but he never thought of breaking through by swallowing Green Lady. In any case, those levels were still too far away. He shook his head and said, "Maybe later. Just practice the technique when you have time. Even if you want to be eaten by me, maybe your effect will be better after you practice the techniques, don't you think?" Green Lady rolled her eyes, speechless and dazed. However, she didn't think that Su Ping meant it, given how bluntly he had said it. She simply heaved a sigh, choosing not to decline again. "He won't let us meet the deity queen anymore. Is there anything else you want to do?" asked Su Ping. Green Lady narrowed her eyes and looked around. "I want to take a look at this place." Chapter 997, Limits of the Small World. Sure. Su Ping accompanied Green Lady to travel in Luofu. They didn't have a clear destination at first, but then Green Lady remembered the Twilight Deity King's island and learned from the deities she encountered that it still existed. She immediately went to the island with Su Ping in tow. Everything looks the same. Green Lady arrived in Linglong Island, the place owned by the Twilight Deity King. She was very familiar with the place, even though it was extremely vast. She led the way for Su Ping. Her eyes were filled with hot tears. Her shock increased as she pressed on, since everything looked just like before. Did the deity emperor restore it? He must have restored the island to honor my lord, Green Lady thought. They encountered a lot of ferocious beasts on the way. Some were star lords, and some were in the ascendant state. Su Ping had transformed all of his astral power into deity aura while they traveled. Only deity aura and divine power remained in his body. Su Ping had yet to master the transformation of divine power. However, the two vortices in his body had already transformed his body into a deity's. Its mass was 8 times denser than before, when he used astral power. Su Ping could then directly absorb the surrounding deity aura to cultivate. Normally speaking, energy cultivation would require a change of techniques. However, what astonished him was that his chaos star chart could directly absorb deity aura. His cultivation became even faster. Su Ping gradually mastered the aggressive deity skills he had inherited from the vortices while fighting the beasts. My astral oceans have been transformed into deity oceans. Their coverage is the same, but they contain 8 times as much energy as before. The two vortices had brought forth a qualitative change for Su Ping. Such an improvement was as significant as the one that occurred between the Fate state and the Star state. Su Ping could tear apart normal Star Lord beasts with mere physical strength and his small world. His death dealing would be even faster if he made use of his deity skills. With my current strength, if I were to challenge the Divine Lord rank again, the girl who ranked 10th would probably not endure a single attack of mine. The continuous battles helped Su Ping gain a better understanding of his strength. He also was reaching the advanced phase of the Star state. As a matter of fact, he could break into the Star Lord state at any time. However, he thought that there was still room for improvement, so he chose to postpone the breakthrough. 2 days after they left Luofu, Green Lady and Su Ping marched all the way to the inner territories of the island, where cities had been established and deities were flying. Occasional swords could be seen flying and zooming in the sky. Seven Sun City, Mountain City. Green Lady was thrilled to see those cities as they passed. They were exactly as before. Their locations and sizes were completely unchanged. On the last day granted by the system, Green Lady and Su Ping arrived at the Twilight Deity King's palace. The place stood majestically, rising high into the sky with many guards protecting the premises. Green Lady couldn't help but enter. Surprisingly, the guards in the palace were surprised to see Green Lady, but none of them stopped her. They simply allowed her and Su Ping to break in. Green Lady moved inside the familiar palace, while swept by a surreal feeling. Everything was almost identical to how she remembered. She even wondered if she had been living in a dream for years, and that the horrible nightmare had finally reached an end. Maybe Master is still alive. The idea occurred to her. Her mind was in turmoil, even though she was an ascendant state expert. Su Ping was also surprised by the situation. He walked with Green Lady inside the palace, hopping to meet the Deity King, only to be informed later that the Deity King was out. Therefore, they wandered the palace until Green Lady's benefit time was over. He felt no regret, even though he had not done anything that day. Green Lady wasn't interested in cultivating, and he didn't want to force her either. He could return on his own later to train his pets. He was already half a deity by then. Cultivating there would be much more efficient for him. The light flashed again. Su Ping and Green Lady reappeared and found themselves back at the store. Su Ping felt strangely warm as he looked at Joanna and Tang Ruyan on the couch. He smiled and woke them up. The two of them ended their cultivation after seeing that Su Ping was back. Joanna narrowed her eyes the moment she laid eyes on him. "Your body seems to have changed. Your eyes are keen." Su Ping smiled and told them how he had received an old man's help. He didn't keep any secrets from them except that about the system itself. Besides, such information wasn't a big deal. Su Ping would remember the old man underneath the tree as he owed him a big favor. However, it still puzzled him why the man would help him like that. Green Lady was still regretting that she had to leave the palace and was silent at the moment. Su Ping looked at the store and checked the upgrade progress, only to find that it would require 20 hours more. It's indeed possible to transform astral power into deity aura, but the transformation rate is too low. Su Ping absorbed the dispersing astral power inside his store and transformed it inside the vortices. However, the deity aura he received was so thin that he might as well try absorbing deity aura directly. "Carry on. I'll be going on another tour," Su Ping said to Joanna and Green Lady. Their employee benefits had been used up, and the cultivation sites were too dangerous for them. However, he could still go there. Once he said goodbye to them, Su Ping entered the Luofu realm of deities again. 5,000 energy points as ticket fee was nothing worth mentioning for Su Ping, since he had saved his revenues for 3 years. Su Ping found himself in the middle of a forest when he arrived in the realm of deities, surrounded by a heavy demon aura. This time, he was alone and could fight in the way he wanted. "Come on out." Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and his other pets. Then, Not intending to conceal his presence, he unleashed a brilliant, silver-colored deity aura. Soon enough, a beast that was hiding in the dark couldn't hold any longer and attacked Su Ping. Go! Su Ping immediately had the Inferno Dragon and other pets attack. The ambusher was a star-state beast. Even though it had grown in the realm of deities and was as strong as the rare star-state pets in the Federation, it was still torn apart rather quickly. Su Ping didn't stop his pets from swallowing its flesh and core. Evolution for beasts is much more brutal than that of human beings. I cannot create a transformation vortex in my pets, but I should be able to gradually transform their attributes if I let them eat the beasts in this place, Su Ping thought. Then, leading the little skeleton and his other pets, he marched fearlessly in the unknown beast grounds of that unknown island. Did you hear the noise? Oh my God, who's yelling in this forbidden land? Aren't they afraid of waking up that thing? Let's hurry up and leave. We've met golden deity zombies at the edge. It's said that this forbidden land is unclean and that some ancient creatures were buried here. That wild laughter couldn't have been uttered by a human being. Far in the distance, a family team who had been exploring that forbidden land chose to quickly take their leave. Its leader, a golden deity expert, had a grave expression. While in the forbidden land, Su Ping led the little skeleton and the others towards places where the demon aura was thick. The demon beasts they encountered on the way were increasingly stronger. Most of them were Star Lords. Huh! A horrifying power blasted in front of Su Ping. A giant, thickly furred lion suddenly dashed out from the black soil. It was appalling to see that, although half of the lion's skull was broken, there was no blood or brains in the wound. The lion gazed at Su Ping with its only eye, which only had the white sclera left. It's a golden deity. It's so badly wounded. Wait, it also has an undead aura. Su Ping was very sensitive to the undead aura, having visited the chaotic realm of the undead. He realized that the lion was already dead. And yet, the power released by the lion indicated that it was still a living creature. Is it possible that, just like the chaotic realm of the undead, dead creatures can also move about here? Su Ping wasn't at all scared by the lion's white eye. He was rather curious about the special laws of that place, which allowed undead creatures to move freely. An ascendant undead creature, Su Ping's eyes glittered. I haven't fought anything in the ascendant state yet. Anyone would have been scared out of their wits if they knew what was on Su Ping's mind, wondering why a star-state warrior would dare to fight an ascendant creature. It wouldn't have crossed his mind before, as he would have been instantly killed without a chance to practice. However, he was different by then. Normal Star Lords would be crushed by him. He could not measure the limits of his strength without a worthy opponent. Show me the ascendant state strength. Su Ping immediately summoned the little skeleton and the other pets to stay close. All of them had detected the lion and considered it a formidable enemy. However, none of them flinched. They simply stood in front of Su Ping and bared their fangs, as if about to fight with their lives on the line. Su Ping directly activated his dual merging, and then unleashed his small world. Power of Faith, Deity Aura, Divine Power. Su Ping released all the power at his disposal, without a care for consequence or cost. The lion seemed to have been provoked when his aura rose to the peak. It roared and charged at Su Ping. Hardly had it dashed out when time and space in its surroundings were torn apart. It flashed and instantly reappeared, shrouded in a strange power. Su Ping's small world, made of multiple laws, began to fall apart when facing such a power. Eventually, only the laws of time, destruction, and vitality remained. The law of chaos, which hadn't been fully mastered, was almost falling apart too. What kind of power is that? Su Ping was shocked by that attack. It wasn't that he hadn't yet experienced being killed by an ascendant before. Creatures of celestial level and above had also killed him. However, they had killed him at such a fast speed that he hadn't even been able to tell how he died. He was currently able to feel the lion's power, which was neither the power of laws, faith, nor worlds, but one he had never seen before. Why were the supreme laws left intact? Is it because the lion is also using some sort of law or path? My master said that you have to create your own path in order to reach the ascendant state. That is why the method to become an ascendant can't be taught. Is this special power the path that the undead lion created? Its path destroys all laws, but it can't fully demolish the supreme ones. Countless thoughts flashed in Su Ping's head the moment his small world was shattered. He suddenly had an epiphany, a sort of glimpse to the ascendant state. Unfortunately, the moment of enlightenment was too short. The next moment, he was enshrouded by a heavy pressure from the undead aura, giving him no time to consider anything else. Draw the sword. Su Ping didn't wait to die. Instead, he roared and drew out the blood cloud sword, which contained the power to slay ascendants, even though he was too weak to fully activate it. Still, Su Ping exerted 90% of his strength with the trick he had devised in the Archean divinity. Bang! A sword aura dashed out, which was even more dazzling than sunlight. The world instantly lost its splendor. That sword aura contained Su Ping's spirit as well as all of his divine power, deity aura and power of faith, which were perfectly combined. There was an explosion, then time and space collapsed. All the energy and laws that filled the world were being torn apart at this moment. Only the glowing sword aura could be seen moving towards the lion's mouth. However, a deafening roar suddenly burst out. Next, the seemingly unstoppable sword aura was shattered like glass. The broken sword aura left shallow marks on the undead lion's face. Right after, Su Ping had already drowned in the massive mouth. Bang! A heavy smell of blood was coming from the lion's mouth, but Su Ping resurrected next to it only 1 second later. His eyes were glowing. He wasn't scared at all, rather, he was excited. Even though the lion had killed him with ease, he looked at it like a hunter examining his prey. Not enough. I could have caused greater damage if I were stronger and my sword aura were more powerful. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Although he failed, his sword aura left many shallow marks on the lion's face. Su Ping believed that the marks would have cut deeper, really inflicting damage if his sword aura were more powerful. My body capacity is already reaching the limit, unless I condense a second small world and concentrate the power of the 2 small worlds on my sword. Then, it would be 10 times more powerful. However, my first small world hasn't been perfected yet. The law of chaos that I obtained from the Chaos Perception Dragon is too weak. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had to master all the 4 supreme laws to perfect the first small world, while the law of chaos was his only weakness among the 4 laws. He hadn't fully grasped it yet. Chapter 998, LV5 Store. The fight went on. Su Ping was swallowed by the undead lion, to later resurrect again and again. He tried his best every time. His attacks became increasingly faster as he approached his limits. Although still unable to cause damage to the undead lion, he was getting accustomed with quick outburst attacks. Later, Su Ping simply stopped merging with his pets, letting them join the battle, so that they could also grow too. Once the fusion with his pets was dispelled, the battle became even more challenging for him. However, he gradually figured out a way for him to keep up with the undead lion, and he reduced the blast effect with his small world. The undead lion seemed to know nothing except killing. No matter how many times Su Ping resurrected, it simply killed him again and again. Su Ping and the undead lion's battlefield was gradually moved to the depths of the Forbidden Land. He couldn't care less about the environment, as he was fully devoted to fighting. That is, until a roar suddenly burst out. Both Su Ping and the undead lion stopped. The brutal and bloodthirsty lion seemed to have been hit in the head. It trembled with fear and crouched. Su Ping was also wary. He felt that both his skin and his heart were quaking. His legs also began to shake beyond his control. Such horror, one that was more severe than the apocalypse itself, popped up in his head. He wasn't scared of dying, but he was still affected. It was like those who feared snakes, how they would tremble in fear if placed in front of a cave full of them, even if they were wearing iron armor. What's that? Su Ping's pores were constricting. He was even more frightened than when he faced the blue cloud deity king and the old man underneath the tree. Of course, those two experts had concealed their auras to remove some of the pressure. By seeing the ferocious lion trembling like a cat, Su Ping had no doubt that the owner of that roar was a horrifying being who was at least in the celestial state. Isn't there only one deity king on each island? The roar was too brutal and scary to be uttered by a deity king if not cornered. Su Ping looked toward the source of the roar, wondering if he should go there and take a look. But soon he shook his head and dropped the idea. It would be pointless even if he went there. That guy was too strong and would kill him the moment he approached. Su Ping was too weak to learn anything from that kind of death. Besides, the celestial state was still too far away for him. It was better to spend time on improving himself than on curious observation. He looked back at the cowering lion on the ground and no longer hesitated. He went and attacked it together with the little skeleton. The undead lion ignored Su Ping and continued lying on the ground. The latter attacked with his pet. Its fangs shook, as if holding back its fury. Su Ping didn't hold back. He attacked again and again. However, he found that the damage dealt was not much, even though the undead lion wasn't defending itself at all. I'm too weak. I can hardly hurt it even if it just stands here without moving. Su Ping smiled bitterly. He could already emulate the combat ability of a peak Star Lord, but it was absolutely nothing for an Ascendant. Star Lords could cause no more damage to them than those in the Fate state could. The earth shook while Su Ping attacked continuously. Then, countless birds soared from the deepest parts of the woods. There were also screams of countless panicked beasts. Then, noises burst out continuously, but they grew further away from Su Ping. Once the noises gradually faded, the undead lion, which had been enduring Su Ping's attacks for a long time, finally roared and charged at Su Ping furiously. Su Ping was soon knocked down, but he simply grew excited and charged at the lion after his resurrection. Time flew. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping didn't go anywhere. He had been fighting the undead lion the whole time. Their battlefield stretched for hundreds of kilometers and destroyed the environment. When he wasn't fighting, Su Ping also collected a few rare pieces of pet food, all of which had aged for more than 10,000 years. This is a truly precious land. Su Ping looked at the undead lion, which was almost a familiar friend to him by then. He could almost sketch each of the lion's hairs after 10 days of fighting. His level had yet to improve, but his combat ability had grown significantly thanks to the experience he collected. Su Ping picked up many tricks that would allow him to fight to the limit during their confrontations. The most obvious change was that he could kill Star Lord beasts he ran into. They were no longer able to cause him any trouble. He didn't know how strong those beasts would be considered in the Star Lord level, but having survived in the realm of deities for such a long time, they could surely qualify as rare pets in the Federation. Inside the store, Su Ping appeared out of nowhere. Too bad that I couldn't catch the undead lion with my beast-catching ring, or I would have caught it and sold it in my store, if it could still move outside of that region. Su Ping felt some regret upon seeing the familiar adornments in the store. I think the store is bigger than before. Very soon, Su Ping noticed the store's changes. He displayed the system panel and found that the upgrading message was gone. It had become a level 5 store. "Give me a list of the new functions and permissions in the store," said Su Ping to himself. "Congratulations, your store has been upgraded to LV5. The store's coverage is 3 times bigger. The system store was upgraded to LV5. You may encounter Ascendant State treasures. You are now able to train Star Lord pets. Since you have developed a pet with special grade aptitudes, the Multiverse All-Species Chaos Talents rank is now officially open to you. The Chaos Talents rank is refreshed every month. You will receive tremendous benefits if your name appears on the ranking." The system's notifications sounded one after the other. He soon learned of all the new functions by checking the store menu. The greatest change was the Chaos Talents rank. The system would check his aptitudes. Once able to qualify, his name would appear on the list. If his name remained on display by the end of the month, he would receive a special gift from the system. Is the system trying to have me compete with all the geniuses in history and in all universes? Su Ping realized what the system was up to. He always had the feeling that the system's main training target was himself. Since the store had been upgraded to LV5, the system was now revealing its plan. Su Ping was already one of the most talented men in the Federation, but he was still considered insignificant when compared to the brilliant geniuses throughout history. After all, too many astonishing figures had been born since the foundation of the universe. Some of the geniuses had epic and uncopyable experiences. Open the Chaos Talents rank, Su Ping said to himself. Soon after, a silver-colored list popped up before his eyes. The top on the list was the 500th, while the bottom was the 1000th. What's going on? In light that the host isn't qualified to appear on the Chaos Talents rank, you can only view the secondary characters right now. Please strengthen yourself and rise higher as soon as possible, said the system casually. Su Ping was lost for words. His current combat ability wasn't enough to enter the top 1,000. What are the top 1,000 guys? Monsters. Su Ping didn't know what to say. He believed that he could easily win the championship against all the people from the Divine Lord rank in his star region. He was one of the best in the Federation, and he was only in the advanced phase of the star state. He had always considered himself terrifying, and yet the system didn't consider him strong enough to even be listed among the top 1,000 of the rank. So many geniuses have been born. Counting those who have recklessly gotten themselves killed, at least half of them are still alive. They will certainly rise to the celestial state or even higher. So to speak, hundreds of celestials have appeared in our long history. Su Ping blinked. He felt awe as he did the math. He also knew that many celestials would stand out later in life. Therefore, a lot of celestial experts had left their mark in history. This seems to be a ranking list of all species. I'd like to see the rank of human geniuses only, said Su Ping to himself. Soon the list changed. This time, a splendid and awe-inspiring list slowly unfolded before Su Ping. The top of the list was the 100th, and the bottom was the 500th. It was a list of human beings. The only reason that Su Ping could see the higher-ranked figures was because he was among them. My name, Su Ping quickly searched for his name. He was eager to find his position. Chapter 999, Fruit of Epiphany. From top to bottom. After a long time, Su Ping finally found his name. He was the 488th. I should have started from the bottom up. Su Ping was at a loss for words. He had been a bit too confident. He was barely among the top 500 human geniuses. Just as I thought, too many geniuses have been born in history. According to my mentor in the Heavenly Path Institute, an ancestral god condenses a small world back when they are Star Lord. Someone of that level could probably kill me with one quick glance. Such a fact was mind-boggling for Su Ping. Even if the two were Star Lords, the gap between them was truly massive. He could kill normal Star Lords without any trouble, but he was absolutely vulnerable to a monster who had condensed 7 small worlds. No wonder I couldn't make it to the top 1,000 of the all-species rank. There are too many geniuses. Su Ping shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he had the system's help, those geniuses also had their own privileges, such as their familial backgrounds, which provided tremendous support. My access to the cultivation sites is my greatest support, since I can go and witness secret techniques of other species, Su Ping thought. Su Ping gradually calmed down after reading the rankings. He had grown confident after killing Star Lord beasts easily, back in the Luofu realm of deities. He was quite proud of himself when he thought he had dominated the Divine Lord rank while he was only in the star state. However, his pride was completely shattered when he read the Chaos Talents rank. There was still a long journey ahead of him. Open the system store, Su Ping said to himself. The window appeared, displaying 5 items. Su Ping found that most of the items were unnecessary. However, One of them, named Fruit of Epiphany, was quite marvelous, although its price was 3 million energy points. It could deepen one's understanding of laws. Su Ping bought the item without a word. The fruit can be eaten repeatedly. The more, the better. Su Ping was delighted by such a find. He didn't expect to get something as good after the upgrade. If normal Star State warriors consumed the fruit, they could directly turn into Star Lords. Of course, it wasn't meant for normal cultivators to use. If sold in the outside world, renowned families would buy them, no matter the price, to nurture their descendants. Of the 4 supreme laws, I've only mastered the law of time, with the 6th astral painting's help. My understanding of the law of chaos is the shallowest. The laws of destruction and vitality haven't been fully mastered either. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he looked at the Fruit of Epiphany in his storage. The 7th astral painting is named the Great World Astral Painting, which focuses on vitality. My grasp on the law of vitality will be fully perfected if I condense this astral painting. By then, only the laws of destruction and chaos will need improving. I'll figure out which of them is more difficult by then. Afterwards, I'll swallow the Fruit of Epiphany and focus on the other law. My small world will be perfected when all the 4 supreme laws are mastered. After that, I can consider establishing a second small world. Su Ping couldn't help but wonder what to use as the basis for his second small world, when his first one was made of the 4 supreme laws. His mentor in the Heaven Path Institute had shown him something earlier, but he hadn't fully understood. He thought he needed to ask more about it later, in the Archean divinity. To understand the law of destruction, the aggressive power of the first astral painting may inspire me. Then, I can only try my luck in the chaotic realm of the undead. I didn't feel destruction from the battles and carnage from earlier. Destruction is not that simple. The death of a life is the beginning of another cycle. That wasn't true destruction. Su Ping was deep in thought. He stood in a daze. Joanna, Green Lady, and the others saw this and left to mind other things, not wanting to disturb him. A long while later, Su Ping snapped out of his pondering, frowning and shaking his head. He didn't think it was possible to master laws overnight, so he decided to open the store and see its changes first. Once the upgrade was completed, he now had the ability to train Star State and Star Lord pets. The cost for training had been significantly increased, which meant that Su Ping would earn energy much faster. He would be able to experience more adventures in the cultivation sites without worrying about the cost of resurrection. There are so many cultivation sites in the system. I should visit new cultivation sites later, Su Ping thought. Su Ping asked Joanna and Tang Ruyan to open the store, then informed them that Star Lord pets could now be received. Unfortunately, the professional training option was not available for Star Lord pets yet. Su Ping's guess was that it wouldn't be available until his pets became Star Lords, on the premise that their aptitudes didn't fall. If it was just about level, Su Ping could improve to the peak of the Star Lord state at any moment. Both Joanna and Tang Ruyan became focused after opening for business. Once the store was opened, the familiar sunlight, air, dust, and crowd on the street made them feel warm. They discovered that they had somehow gotten used to working there. Su Ping was slightly surprised by the gathered crowd. He didn't expect that there would be as many customers outside after leaving it closed for 3 days. Seems that I've earned some reputation over the past years, Su Ping thought. He attributed this to the work of his employees. All the customers were excited to see the store open again. 2 of them, who were obviously friends, shouted at each other, thrilled. "It's open, it's open." Finally back to business. It had never closed before. I almost thought that something had happened. The thought crossed my mind too. I thought the experts of the mysterious major families would take Boss Su away back then. My sweetie cannot wait any longer. You call an iron-armored dragon your sweetie. Son of a bitch, you call your gluttonous centipede peachy. Isn't it even more disgusting? Tang Ruyan showed up by the door and put on a smile when she heard the familiar roars. Receiving customers every day wasn't a boring task for her. Even though the customers were different, All of them treated their pets with utmost care. She had seen a lot of people. Some of them even treated their pets as family. They were so prudent that they asked her every detail about the training services offered. While everybody cheered, a few people flashed over and stepped out of the void. They were from the major organizations that had waited for a long time. None of them had dared to break in or leave when Su Ping's store was closed. They had waited for Su Ping to reopen the store. None of them were idle while the store was closed. They collected information on Su Ping's store throughout the planet. Their findings had shocked them. There seemed to be a rather terrifying and extraordinary trainer in the pet store. Judging from the time, cost, and the effect of the training, all of them were certain that the trainer supporting Su Ping wasn't simple. Just as expected, no genius able to stand out in the universe is simple. A poor kid without any kind of background may become famous, but it would be impossible to dominate the entire universe without backing. None of the organizations had dared to underestimate Su Ping. They had investigated him, but they had yet to discover who his backer was. It only meant that such a person was beyond their imagination. Only a horrifying figure could hide that well. Basu, a middle-aged man, flew forward and landed on the stairs outside the store. He was none other than Lulan Feng. He looked at Su Ping, who was standing in front of the store. His chest was basked in sunlight while his face was in the shadow, making him look rather mysterious. Lulan Feng was stunned for a moment after offering a greeting. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Su Ping had changed significantly after only 3 days had passed. Did he make a breakthrough, or is it just an illusion? Lulan Feng felt quite suspicious. He knew that geniuses were able to advance very fast. Since Su Ping had been training in seclusion, it was only natural to have made some progress. Once he saw Green Lady next to Su Ping, Lulan Feng narrowed his eyes and nodded at her with a friendly expression. Green Lady seemed to be lost in thought, so she didn't respond. Lulan Feng wasn't angered by this. He said to Su Ping, "Mr. Su Ping, I've come to deliver the materials you need." He opened his hand and presented a long box, which was so cold that it lowered the temperature around it. Su Ping was slightly surprised by it. He stepped up and said, "Let me take a look." He opened the box and saw a red item sealed in transparent energy. It was emitting a strange brilliance. That was indeed one of the materials needed for the solar bulwark. "Since you need it, Mr. Su, I'll just give it to you. The Lulan family will continue looking for the rest of the materials." Lulan Feng guessed from Su Ping's reaction that it was the right material. He handed the box over to Su Ping with a smile, not posing any requests. Su Ping realized what he was up to and secretly heaved a sigh. He knew it was difficult to decline the Lulan family's gesture. After all, he didn't like owing favors. Favors were always hard to return. "Mr. Su, I've also heard about the materials you need. The Phil family is also searching for them. We'll contact you the moment we find anything," said a graceful woman with an alluring body as she dashed over. She was none other than the ascendant expert from the Phil family. Su Ping nodded at her and said gently, "Thank you very much." The woman gave him a stunning smile and said, "Mr. Su, the space tower of the Phil family is always open to you. Feel free to drop by when you have time. Even if you don't work for the Phil family, you will still be treated as an honorable guest." Obviously, the woman was adopting the Lulan family's approach and had realized that he yielded to the weak but not the strong. He nodded and replied, "It's very kind of you. I appreciate it." Lulan Feng peeped at her, not wanting them to talk too much. He found the woman's eyes rather alluring and was worried that Su Ping might be unable to refuse her charm. He quickly said, "Mr. Su, are you free right now? There's a gala in the Lulan estate. We'll be honored by your presence." Chapter 1000, The Sea of Illusions. Humph. Nalan from the Phil family snorted. She was obviously aware of what the Lulan family had been doing. Su Ping had accepted a gift from the Lulans. Even if he didn't receive its invitation, he would still owe them a favor. She had lost the initiative in the competition over Su Ping, so she had to step back and try to leave a good impression first. A gala, Su Ping was puzzled. To be honest, he wasn't really interested, but he still asked just to be polite. That is correct. Lu Feng smiled and said, the Sea of Illusions will be open soon. Our family manages it. Geniuses from all over will be invited. Before the opening, we have invited the top geniuses of many star zones, ranging from the Star State to the Star Lord State, to communicate and learn in the Lulen estate. This gathering of geniuses will be honored to have the presence of the best genius in the entire universe, Mr. Su. The juniors of the Lulen family will also be ready to learn from you. Su Ping realized what was going on and asked curiously, what is the Sea of Illusions? Lu Feng was slightly stunned, not expecting a top genius and disciple of a celestial to be ignorant of such a place. However, he quickly put on a natural smile again and said, the Sea of Illusions is a mysterious space in the universe. As far as the Federation has been able to explore, there are altogether 9 layers of deeper spaces. The Sea of Illusions, on the other hand, belongs to the deep spaces, but doesn't belong to any of the 9 layers. It's a pure consciousness domain. Only those with great resolve and determination may traverse the Sea of Illusions. He looked at Su Ping and resorted to flattery again. A genius such as Mr. Su could easily move about across the Sea of Illusions. The Lulen family is also offering you an invitation to enter, Mr. Su. It's a great place to improve one's willpower and determination. However, it's a disastrous place for those without resolve. Su Ping was slightly surprised. According to that guy, his family was inviting geniuses of different star zones to meet in their estate so that juniors of their family might improve. The Sea of Illusions was an obvious temptation to attract talent, which indicated the high value of the place. Thank you, I'll give it a thought. Su Ping didn't accept the invitation right away. He was going to investigate further as he felt curious about the place. Lu Feng said with a smile, okay. If you're interested, you can contact me anytime, Mr. Su. I'll come to pick you up. This is my virtual number. You can reach out to me no matter where you are, as long as you're in this star zone. Su Ping had acquired Tier 7 permissions thanks to the Universe Geniuses contest, a privilege usually reserved for ascendants, among many other advantages they had. Heavenly Lords, who were granted Tier 8 status, could communicate with recipients in other star zones without any complications. Sure. Su Ping nodded. Nolan became angry after seeing that Su Ping had made a deal with the Lulens, but she managed to not let it show. She said with a smile, Mr. Su, the Phil family's space tower will be open soon. Feel free to come by if you have time. Su Ping nodded, I will if I'm free. Why don't we exchange our numbers too? Said Nolan, seizing the opportunity. Su Ping thought for a moment, but she didn't turn her down. By then, the rest of the forces planning on inviting Su Ping were gathered there. All of them proposed tempting arrangements, hoping to befriend him. Some were even willing to marry off their young geniuses. They passed a dozen profiles to Su Ping on the spot. All of them were beautiful girls. Su Ping was lost for words. Even though arranged marriages weren't unusual among big families, having a dozen wives was still rather extraordinary. Su Ping bid them farewell after some exchange of words. It came down to all the visitors being ascendants, so he had to be very friendly. The street outside the store was still utterly silent after Lu Feng and the others left. The crowd waiting in line looked at Su Ping with envy and admiration showing in their glittering eyes. The genius from their planet had attracted too many experts. Su Ping wasn't born on planet Rhea, but he had been running his store there for years. Since his rise to become the best of Sylvie, the natives of Rhea had already considered him the pride of the planet. Su Ping returned to the store and immediately started searching for information about the Sea of Illusions. His permissions had already been upgraded to a level where he could easily access confidential information. He soon learned all the details about the Sea of Illusions. To Su Ping's surprise, it was an unknown space between illusion and reality. Nobody knew which deep space it was in. The place had characteristics unlike those typical of independent spaces. The Federation had yet to fully explore the whole region. The reason for its origin was also unknown. However, according to what Su Ping found, the place had already been categorized as a treasure trove and was being controlled by a few major families. Celestials also had access to the area. Visitors were able to witness all kinds of unbelievable things in the Sea of Illusions. The less determined a person was, the more situations they would experience. Conversely, the ones with stronger resolve would see nothing but darkness while exploring the mysterious region. An item found in the Sea of Illusions was known as Seed of Consciousness, which could significantly improve a person's willpower and soul firmness. The greater the willpower, the stronger they would be against intimidating skills. The Seed of Consciousness was so precious that it couldn't be taken out of the Sea of Illusions just yet, not even with all the technological resources of the Federation. One had to absorb it on the spot whenever it was found, or it would be wasted. Not even Celestials knew how to store it. To sum it up, it can be considered as a treasure trove where my willpower and soul can be tempered. My willpower is probably very strong after all the practicing in cultivation sites, at least stronger than those at my level. I'm even immune to the fearsome roars of Star Lord dragons. I wonder what willpower level I have. He found that willpower also had level while searching for the Sea of Illusions. The 9 ranks under the Ocean State had LV1 willpower. Ocean State was LV2, Void State was LV3, and Fate State was LV4. The Star State was LV5, and the Star Lord State was LV6. My willpower must be LV6. I'll be immune even to the intimidation of an Ascendant once it reaches LV7. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was reminded of the time he was fighting against the undead lion in Luofu and endured the terrifying roars. Even though he knew he wouldn't die, and he was an absolutely fearless person, his body still trembled beyond control. He wouldn't have been affected if he had enough willpower. Furthermore, he would also be invulnerable to the illusion skills of many pets if his willpower was strong. He would be able to see through space and time illusions too. It was very important to develop such control. Su Ping made a decision in his heart. My store doesn't need me very badly right now. Joanna and the others are already familiar with the daily routines. I should go there and take a look sometime.